Chapter 10:15. The humans have won. On this day, this sentence spread all over the country. The powerhouses at the pinnacle, the rank 9 grandmasters, went to the catacombs to start the energy recovery plan. This was what they said before. They did not know what happened. They only knew that the humans had won. It was the truth. The energy had begun to recover. On Earth, all martial artists and even ordinary people could feel it. On this day, the whole world was immersed in a sea of cheers. Excitement, uplifting. The catacombs were nothing more than this. The outside world, the cheers were like a tide. Outside the Nanjiang catacombs, Fang Ping had been standing there, not moving. The cheers gradually subsided. Gradually, powerhouses arrived from all directions. Zhang Dingnan looked at Fang Ping, whose expression was gradually turning cold. For a moment, he felt a little dizzy. He knew that something had happened. One by one, the powerhouses arrived. Fang Ping was still standing there. Soon, in front of him, big screens were erected one by one. The old man who spoke on the television earlier appeared on the screen. Not only him, but the 6 holy lands and various countries' governments also appeared on the screen at this moment. The old man looked sad, no longer as calm as before. He said softly, "Minister Fang, tell us the battle losses." None of the desperate ones returned. Even if someone from Capital City came out, these people did not know what the situation was like in the desperate ones. The various countries already knew some of the situation, but they did not know how the losses were in other places. Only then did Fang Ping move. He said in a low voice to the ordinary people, to the masses, "I need to motivate them. To you, to the various countries' governments, I need to tell you the truth. Heroes should not be forgotten. Even if they forget for a while, they will eventually be remembered by others." In this battle, the human powerhouses were all bathed in blood, fighting to the end. Pinnacle powerhouses Sword King, Sun God, Great Pharaoh, First Ancient Buddha, Fang Ping listed the names of 16 powerhouses in succession. As he continued, the faces of the powerhouses from all sides turned pale. It was just 16 names, but it seemed extremely long. In this battle, 16 powerhouses had fallen, and this was not the end, just the beginning. This time with me leading the 6 holy lands, the Sino nation government, and various countries, a total of 100 rank, 9 grandmasters and 40 rank, 8 grandmasters went, a total of 140 people. 49 ninth grade great grandmasters and 34 8th grade grandmasters had died in battle. Of the 93 experts that have fallen, Kong Lingyuan and Grandmaster Wu Chuan have broken through to the pinnacle and left with the other experts. Only 45 have returned. Yes, 45 people came back, including himself. This time he brought a total of 140 human experts with him. In the end, only this many survived. In one battle, 49 rank, 9 martial artists were killed. This was a great victory. Silence. After the silence, there was an uncontrollable sadness. Even though they were all iron-blooded warriors at this moment, tears streamed down the faces of the soldiers. 16 paragons died in battle. 49 rank 9s, 34 rank 8s, a total of 99 people. The number of casualties was less than 100. For a war that engulfed the 3 realms, it was insignificant. But these people were the pillars of the entire human race, the backbone of the human race. The sky was falling. On the screen, the old man's body was also trembling. It was the same for the other countries. At this moment, the powerful beings of the 6 holy lands felt as though the world was falling apart. The next moment, Fang Ping's voice was much louder. He bellowed, "But we've won. We killed thousands of enemy rank 9s and hundreds of enemy desperation realms. Humans have won. The paragons and powerhouses from all over the 3 realms have entered the ancestral tomb together. They can't come out anymore. The human race's chance is here. Now we can no longer be restrained by the top combat strength. We don't have to worry about so many things anymore. We have time to breathe. We killed the catacombs leader, the Life King. We killed Heavenly Emperor Chang-Rong of the 4 Lords of Brahma. The human race's chance is here. I'm telling you all this not so that you can be sad and cry. I'm just telling you how much these heroes have sacrificed in order to fight for this breathing space for us. How many lives have been sacrificed? Remember, everyone must cherish this period of time. In the past, humans were weak. We couldn't walk in the catacombs and couldn't find opportunities. Now we have. The 3 realms are in chaos. More than half of the catacombs, true kings, have fallen. Now all sides can't be united. The momentum of invading Earth has been broken. You must seize this opportunity to find your own opportunities. There's still desperate realm powerhouses left in all sides, but you don't need to worry about them. The top powerhouses won't dare to attack you rashly. We humans have the power to deter them. So many people have been killed. So many people have died. What is it for? For more powerhouses to appear among us humans. For all of us humans to be like dragons. The start of new martial arts is for this. The philosophy of new martial arts is that there are pearls in the sea. And I tell you today, humans are pearls. Everyone has the potential to become a powerhouse. The situation is good, but it doesn't mean it will be good forever. Now, our top powerhouses need support. They are in the celestial cemetery, facing a huge crisis. Once all the desperate realm powerhouses have fallen in the celestial cemetery, who else can stand up and support this sky? So, in these 2 years, we must send out desperate realm powerhouses to find the celestial cemetery. Enter the celestial cemetery and support the human powerhouses. Otherwise, the day the celestial cemetery is broken, the day humans are extinct. Fang Ping was impassioned. He looked around, looked at the powerhouses who had arrived one after another, and said in a low voice, "Everyone can do it. As long as you have the heart, you can achieve the top. The human race's great path is now easier to walk. This is the general trend. The human race still has a glimmer of hope. They will not be completely extinct. So we must strengthen ourselves. I hope that half a year later, there will be a team of more than 10 desperate realm powerhouses entering the celestial cemetery to support the seniors. I hope that there will be more desperate realm powerhouses emerging and defeating all sides in the celestial cemetery. When the celestial cemetery is broken, it will be the day humans dominate the 3 realms. I don't want that day to come. When the celestial cemetery is broken, it will be our doomsday. I don't want the celestial cemetery to be broken, and we will see the human top powerhouses being completely annihilated." Fang Ping's voice was loud, and he shouted, "Everyone, can you do all of this that I hope to see?" I, Fang Ping, cannot do much. I can only do my best to protect everyone and block those 3 realms powerhouses for you. However, how you walk the path, it is still up to you. Half a year later, can I see 10 desperate realm powerhouses in the human race? If they are afraid, such people will not be able to walk the path of the top. As soon as these words were said, there was a moment of silence. In the next moment, on Startown's side, someone personally rushed over and shouted, "Yes, Startown will definitely have a powerhouse in half a year." The person who spoke was not one of the rank 9s who had returned. On Startown's side, Su Haran's son, Su Zisu's father, a rank 8 martial artist, was in high spirits at this moment. His face was flushed, and he growled. The Su family's elder ancestor has died in battle. The title of Sword King can only be inherited by the Su family. The Su family will definitely have a powerhouse in half a year. As soon as he finished speaking, a road appeared in front of this man, who was usually unknown and indifferent like a scholar. Almost in the blink of an eye, in the air a shadow holding a long sword broke open a 200-meter-long road. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Su Mingyu opened his eyes, his gaze shining. The Su family will not let the elder ancestor die in vain. We will not let the human powerhouses die in vain. This scholarly man, at this moment, had a murderous aura that shook the sky. On Star Town's side, even Su Zissou felt like she was meeting her father for the first time. Good. Fang Ping shouted loudly, laughing. Good job, Grandmaster Su. The Su family seniors, Su Yunfei and Su Haoren, have a chance to reach the top. Now, Grandmaster Mingyu has advanced to rank 9/3 stage in one day. In half a year, I will wait and see who will be the Su family's top. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping laughed again. The Su family's first to advance to the top will continue the title of Sword King. Even if Senior Su Yunfei and Senior Su Haoren are Grandmaster Mingyu seniors, it will be the same. Sword King, the name of the human leader. His achievements are unparalleled. I hope the Su family will not bring shame to the title of Sword King. The Su family's elder ancestor, the human leader. The title of Sword King should not be inherited by anyone else. But now, the Su family wanted to continue the Sword King's path and pass on the torch. This was the motivation. Su Mingyu did not speak anymore, but the aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. On the screen, in the ancient Buddha Holy Land, an extremely old monk put his palms together and murmured, "The ancient Buddha Holy Land will not disappoint the ancient Buddhas. In half a year, a top will definitely appear. In the god's heaven, in half a year, the sun god will descend. In the world of 10,000 pagodas, the pharaoh will appear. In Totem City, another totem will appear. In the Andes Mountains, the glory of our ancestors will not be extinguished." One by one, the powerhouses growled. The glory of their ancestors would not become a thing of the past. It would only continue. Their ancestors were still alive and waiting for their reinforcements. Just like what Fang Ping said, they did not want to see the day the sky tomb was broken, to welcome the news of their ancestors' death. Seeing this, Fang Ping laughed again. Good. Then I will gather all the powerhouses here in half a year to search for the sky tomb and enter the sky tomb to help in the battle. Since all parties said this, it might not be boasting. Before some of the top masters left, they passed on their complete legacy. Now that the top masters had fallen, among all parties, there might be someone who could walk this path again. Zhang Tao's fusion of the path was not the same. As long as it was not following the path of the 6 powerhouses, others could also achieve the path. Half a year later, humans might really have many top masters. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt much more relaxed. Everyone was working hard. They were not the only ones fighting alone. 10 days later, we will hold a meeting in Magic City. We will discuss how to defend the 107 catacombs, passageways. No, how to counterattack the catacombs. Fang Ping suddenly changed his words, saying loudly, "We humans still have an emperor level. In this 3 realms, we humans are the strongest. After 100 years of suppression, the humans should rise up and fight back, suppress the 3 realms, counterattack." At this moment, from all directions, a large number of powerhouses growled one after another, their vitality soaring to the sky. Heaven and earth were reflected in a blood-red color. The humans still had an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, the situation in the 3 realms had changed. The humans were no longer the weakest party, no longer the party suppressed by the catacombs. They had the ability to counterattack and change everything. Everyone was full of confidence and unusually excited. Even the sadness from before had been washed away. Star City's side wanted to ask where Commander Li Zhen was recuperating. After thinking about it, they decided not to ask. According to Fang Ping, Commander Li's injuries were not light. Now he needed to recuperate in secret, just in case. If that was the case, then they should not ask. It might not be a good thing if more people knew. Behind Fang Ping, Old Wang and the other 2 were trembling, slightly. What a big lie. Fang Ping's lie did not only lie to Mount Wangu, but also to the 3 realms. He was also lying to the humans themselves. Now everyone thought that the humans still had a powerhouse close to an emperor-level existence who was only injured. Looking at everyone's excited looks, the three of them dared not imagine what kind of impact it would cause if a crisis really came and Li Jian did not come out. It was unimaginable. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes revealing bitterness. Only Fang Ping could do something like this. If it were the three of them, they would not dare to tell such a big lie in front of all the leaders. If their psychological endurance was not strong enough, they would break down themselves. Lie to the entire three realms. They were trembling. Fang Ping looked calm. How could he not lie? Was he supposed to tell everyone that the humans did not have a paragon now? That there was only a pseudo-paragon here? If that was really the case, he was afraid that the humans would soon become the target of bullying in the eyes of all parties. Not only did he want to lie, but he wanted to lie truthfully. One day when he had time, he would find a place to burst out Li Jian's aura. Although it was a little difficult to forge, it was not a big deal to catch a glimpse of it. The premise was that his mentality could recover quickly and improve further. Look how passionate all parties were now. Because from the weakest force in the blink of an eye to become the only force with an emperor-level powerhouse, to become the strongest, the boost to their confidence was incomparable. The conversation in Nanjiang ended quickly. Fang Ping was tired. Everyone was tired. After ending the conversation, Fang Ping entered the Rue in commander manner to rest. He did not meet any other guests, and no one went to disturb him. Not long after the humans ended their conversation, deep in the Forbidden Sea, a faintly discernible door flashed and disappeared. It was not a heavenly tomb, nor was it a fake heavenly tomb forged by Tsang Mao. There were many heavenly realm fragments. Behind the door was a new world. Very, very big, a brand new world, like the immortal world. Birds chirped and flowers fragrant. In this world, there was a sun, there were clouds, there was everything. Huge palaces surrounded the world. The outermost layer had a total of 72 incomparably huge palace buildings, separated by thousands of miles, surrounding this world. One layer, one world. Below the palaces, there were people, villages, towns. This was a true god's country. Every true god had a country that belonged to them. 72 temples surrounded the outermost layer. Looking forward along the temple, it continued to spread. Soon, 8 larger temples formed the second layer's core circle. Spreading further inside, 3 huge palaces surrounded a huge building that looked like the heavenly court. Divine sect. 72 lord gods, 8 venerable emperors, 3 great guardians, and the divine sect's hierarch, King Kuin, formed this world. Not long after the humans ended their conversation, on the central temple square, a figure flashed and appeared. After a while, 5 or 6 shadows appeared here. Greetings, guardian. A few powerhouses who came later bowed one after another. The powerhouse who was called guardian had an illusory face that could not be seen. At this moment, he said slowly, the hierarch and the 3 great guardians entered the heavenly tomb. 8 great guardians. 3 of them died in the early years. I don't know the identity of the other 4. I don't know if they entered the heavenly tomb or if they are hiding. 72 Lord gods. Many have died over the years. This time, many have entered the heavenly tomb. Now only a few Lord gods can be summoned back. Looking at the few shadows beside him, this venerable emperor continued. According to the intelligence, Fang Ping has returned to the human world. Li Jian did not enter the heavenly tomb. Instead, he hid in a place and was healing. If Li Jian wanted to hide, only the bitter sea. Before the hierarch left, he said that the human world was in great trouble. This time, the departure of the heavenly king and the martial king, the hierarch, and the 3 great guardians was a crisis and an opportunity. Although the divine sect's strength was greatly damaged, the same was true for the human world and all other parties. I want to go out of the divine realm to find Li Jian, kill Li Jian, and eradicate future troubles. All of you need to take the opportunity to stir up trouble everywhere and let the divine sect become the only one in the 3 realms. This time, the hierarch of the divine sect in the human world also entered the heavenly tomb with the human powerhouses. The divine sect's power in the human world was previously destroyed by Fong Ping and the heavenly division. I want to rebuild the divine sect in the human world. The human world is united. If there is a great change in the future, it will be the divine sect's great enemy. Do you have a good plan? As soon as the voice fell, someone said quickly, Lord Guardian, although the human world is united, it is not without opportunities. The human world was originally a secular world with strong desires. Now the human world was not unified. The heavenly king and the martial king could still suppress it. Now the heavenly king and the martial king have left, the netherworld king is hiding to heal, and the other true gods have all entered the heavenly tomb. This is the opportunity for the divine sect to strengthen. When the guardian finds the netherworld king and kills him, the human world will be another branch of the divine sect, even if the martial king and the others return the next day. At this time the person who spoke laughed and said, The strength of the martial king on the emperor's path is that the people are united. Once the people's hearts turn against him, he will be a fake emperor and will not be supported by the human world. The emperor's path will collapse. At that time, even if the martial king does not die, he will be a useless person. Before the Tao appeared, before the heaven-human realm wall opened, in fact, no one wanted to sacrifice the human world. It was useless. However, it was necessary to control the human world. At the critical moment, they could directly go to the blood sacrifice instead of having to fight endlessly. All parties wanted to infiltrate the human world. Otherwise, at the final juncture, the martial king and the others would sacrifice themselves and step into the emperor's path. Everything would be for naught. The martial king might not do it, but it did not mean that other people at the peak of the human world would not do it. Some people even suspected that the heavenly king was waiting for this opportunity. All these years, the divine sect had tried to infiltrate the human world many times, but they were all blocked by the heavenly king. Was the heavenly king really protecting the human world? Not necessarily. King Kuin had once guessed that this old guy might be waiting for an opportunity to treat the human world as a forbidden land. The moment the Tao appeared, it might be the time when the heavenly king advanced to the emperor realm. This person's words made the guardian nod slightly, and he said with a smile, Then you, perfected Lord Dizhou, will lead this matter. If the Pope of the human world is not here, you will be the Pope of the human world. Rebuild the divine sect. In addition, try your best to contact Fong Ping and see if you can find Li Zhen. Li Zhen is hiding. Once his recovery is over, I'm afraid he will be a big problem. Guardian, why don't we threaten the human world now? Li Zhen will appear, someone suggested. If they directly threaten the human world now, with the personality of these powerhouses in the human world, Li Zhen would naturally appear. Do it in secret, don't make it big. The guardian also answered straightforwardly. Why did they have to do it in secret? There was no other reason. They could not kill him. They were afraid of death. He killed the descendant of the heavenly king in front of many people. Did he not want to live anymore? But if they killed Li Zhen in secret, then there would be no such trouble. The true God who suggested forcing Li Zhen to appear. The guardian glanced at him and did not say anything, but he snorted coldly in his heart. He harbored evil intentions. Killing an ordinary descendant of the Li family might not be a big deal. But killing a descendant who walked the emperor path and was also close to the emperor rank, it would be strange if the heavenly king did not kill him. That heavenly king powerhouse was extremely powerful. He did not participate in the battle previously, but he also sensed it. Even the 2 heavenly kings joined forces could not suppress him. He was just an ordinary emperor rank once he was targeted. King Kuin could not protect him. However, if he killed Li Zhen secretly, King Kuin would only be overjoyed. Without confirming who killed Li Zhen, if the Heavenly King dared to retaliate, it would probably make the powerhouses of the three realms feel threatened, and in the end, the Heavenly King would not be able to escape death. This Emperor rank powerhouse weighed the pros and cons clearly. He had to take the benefits, but he could not offend the Heavenly King too much. This was the right way. Since he said so, the others did not say anything more. Soon, someone said, "Lord Guardian, that Wang Jinyang's strength is improving rapidly, and the few Extreme Path Heavenly Emperors are suspected to be Wang Jinyang and the others. Why not kill them secretly, seize the divine weapons, or even the Extreme Path Heavenly Emperor Dao? Those people have not entered rank 9 yet. The Dao might not appear now." The Guardian thought for a while and said, "Besides, if Li Zhen is not dead, he should also be paying attention. Kill them, Li Zhen will definitely appear. Kill Li Zhen first, then kill these people." But someone said hesitantly, "These people's cultivation speed is too fast. I'm worried that if we don't kill them soon, it might cause trouble in the future." The Guardian said lightly, "Trouble in the future? Can they become emperor?" If they did not become emperor, then he had the confidence to kill them. Now that Fang Ping and the others made a move, what if they lured Li Zhen out? It had to be said that Fang Ping's unintentional action also saved his life. If he did not say that Li Zhen was still outside the Sky Cemetery, this emperor would probably attack him for the divine weapons. This Guardian was afraid of the Heavenly King's revenge, afraid that if he made a move it would cause Li Zhen to appear, and both sides would fight a bloody battle. Killing Li Zhen would cause big trouble. King Kuin was not afraid. The three great guardians might not be afraid, but he was still afraid. Even a heavenly king might not be able to kill a saint, but it was not too difficult to kill an ordinary emperor like him. Seeing that they were still a little hesitant, the guardians said lightly, "If you can't find Li Zhen in half a year, kill Fang Ping and the others." At that time, the other three people who are suspected to be the reincarnations of the Extreme Path Heavenly Emperor should also step into the origin. It will be more suitable to make a move at that time. You don't have to worry about this. Infiltrate the human world, the land realm, the bitter sea, the immortal island, and the outland. The divine sect is the future master of the three realms. Yes. The true gods responded one after another. At this moment, the Guardian said again, "Venerable Emperor Fingyun's real body has not appeared, and I also don't know where his real body is. The three realms ranking needs to continue. Show all the hidden powerhouses now. Let them fight against each other, and the divine sect will benefit from it." Yes. Several people responded again. The work of collecting the hidden powerhouses of the three realms naturally needed them to do. The three realms ranking had played a lot of role before. If not for the appearance of the three realms ranking, Li Zhu might not have been noticed. Soon everyone dispersed. The Guardian paused for a moment and looked sideways at the main hall in front of the square. King Kuin had left, and the three great guardians had left. Maybe he could also enter this place, but now was not the time. Kill Li Zhen, maybe I can get a glimpse of the Emperor's path, or even the Heavenly King's path. Then kill Fang Ping and the others. Seize the divine weapon, enter the temple again, and get a glimpse of the Celestial Emperor's path. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts rose in the Guardian's mind. King Kuin wanted to become an emperor, and so did he. No one did not want to. There might be a chance. This time, when the powerhouses entered the Celestial Cemetery, it was his biggest chance. Was there anyone stronger than him in the three realms? Maybe he was the strongest person in the three realms. I can even take the opportunity to unify the three realms and become the master of the three realms. His ambition burst forth in an instant. Before this, there had never been such a thing. Before this, there were too many people suppressing him. Now, in the three realms, the only one who knew that he had the strength to compete with him was probably the seriously injured Li Zhen. The Celestial Cemetery appeared at the right time. The Guardian murmured, then his figure dissipated and disappeared. Chapter 1016. March 2nd. The three realms were in turmoil. Fate Monarch, Chongrong Heavenly Emperor, and several other venerable sovereigns had died. Even though Ji Yao wanted to cover it up, the news still spread quickly. 99% of the experts above the true God realm would enter the Heaven Tomb in search of opportunities to become emperors. With the disappearance of the heavenly grave and the closing of the gates, it was likely that they would not be able to enter or exit in the short term. At this moment, there were even rumors that those who entered the heavenly tomb might not be able to return. The three realms became even more chaotic. Some of the experts from the king's territory became restless. The Catacombs dynasty and the divine sect were also in turmoil. Before this, with the true king holding the fort, the rank 9 powerhouses were just vassals. Now that the true monarch had not appeared, and up until now, the Skyplant's royal court had not had a true monarch powerhouse step forward to clean up the mess. This instantly threw the Skyplant's royal court into chaos. It wasn't just the inner region that was in chaos. At this moment, the outer region was even more turbulent. In the past, the outer realm had always been a subsidiary, but now the alien experts suddenly realized that they might be able to dominate the entire God continent. A large number of rank 9 powerhouses perished in the battlefield of the Grand Duke. For example, more than half of the hall masters of the Skyplant royal court had died in battle. The few who were lucky enough not to go had managed to escape. Most of the experts in the origin were dead. In this way, the number of rank 9 powerhouses in the 108 outer territories might not be much less than the inner territories. Now that the inner region was in turmoil and the outer region was not as rich as the inner region, why not take this opportunity to enter the inner region? The Catacombs was in turmoil. Li Yi and Ji Yao did not have the power to suppress the unrest. The royal court was in a state of turmoil, and a storm was brewing. It was the same for realm beyond Avalon. All the venerable sovereigns had disappeared, and many real gods had also left. The forces with real gods were fine, but the forces without real gods were all panicking at the moment. The situation in the overseas immortal islands was even worse. With the disappearance of the true god, a large number of rank 9 beasts suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Sea. They even began to gather. It seemed like they intended to attack the 33 immortal islands and seize the resources and treasures. In the past, with Atharch overseeing things, the demon race in the Forbidden Sea didn't dare to act recklessly. But now, without the restriction, the Forbidden Sea was too big. It was vast and boundless. These beasts began to gather. Not only that, there were even true god realm beasts that did not have time to enter the sky grave, and they also began to gather in the area of the 33 immortal islands. A large number of demons also gathered in the Royal Sea Mountain Range, a forbidden area of the demon race. For a time, everyone was in a precarious situation and they were ill at ease. On the other hand, the human world was much more stable. The plan was originally proposed by the humans themselves. Before Zhang Tao and the others left, they had already arranged the follow-up. With that, when Fang Ping's group returned, Li Changsheng and the others came back one after another, and the turmoil was reduced to its lowest point. Everything was developing in the direction that was beneficial to mankind. All of this was within Fang Ping's expectations. Humans did not have a clear understanding of the 3 realms to begin with. It had only been a few years since the world was dominated by martial artists. Before this, the pinnacle was not obvious, unlike the catacombs and other places, where true gods and venerable emperors were the heavens. In the human world, many people did not know about this. Out of the few peak experts that they were familiar with, only the heads of the 3 divisions, Li Zhen, rarely appeared. The only one he was truly familiar with was Zhang Tao. Because of this, the impact of Zhang Tao and the others' disappearance was not as great as the true king's disappearance in the catacombs. This also reduced the turbulence to the lowest point. Rue and Admiral Mansion. Fang Ping had occupied the entire House of Commander's cultivation room, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. On the top floor of the cultivation room, right now, Fong Ping was taking inventory of his loot. This time he had gained a lot. His wealth had been depleted previously, but now it had exceeded 10 billion points. Even if the 2 divine weapons had increased a lot, in order to kill Life Kings, he had also consumed a lot. Excluding the divine weapons, Fong Ping had gained more than 6 billion wealth points from entering the catacombs this time. This meant that there were at least 60 trillion worth of resources. Storage rings, a total of 22. 6 are from true gods. 16 were obtained from killing rank 9s in the Land of Kings battlefields. When Fong Ping took out the 22 storage rings, the few people around him looked at him expectantly. Actually, Old Wang and the rest did not lack these. With their current strength, some treasures could not help them, but humans needed these. Fong Ping was not in a hurry to check the things. He thought for a while and said, "No matter how much I gain now, it feels like it's too little. Because this time we have to give it out. The 6 holy lands and countries all over the world have to give it out. We can only keep some things that we urgently need." The peak experts were all gone. Fong Ping realized bitterly that he had to help support a lot of forces. He had to support them. In the past, what did the 6 holy lands have to do with him? This time, however, the peak experts of the 6 holy lands suffered heavy casualties. The rank 9s were also fighting a bloody battle, and even more had died. Under such circumstances, Fong Ping had no choice but to take care of them. "I've used all the cat fruits myself. The most important thing now is to wake up the few rank 9s who have been sleeping until now." Fong Ping smiled bitterly again. Wang Tringhai, Zhang Tao, and Nan Yunping were still sleeping soundly. If they did not wake up soon, a world war would break out. These few would either never wake up, or they would wake up at world peace. The few of them could not help but laugh. Li Hansong chuckled and said, "Why don't we let them continue to sleep? The next time they wake up, the world will be at peace." Save it. Many rank 9s died in battle this time. I'm still hoping that a peak expert will emerge from these people. Any rank 9s was the hope of a peak expert. Among the 3 sleeping rank 9s, one of them might become a desperate realm. How could Fong Ping give up? Ignoring them, Fong Ping began to count the spoils of war. Among the spoils of war, the most basic things were energy stones, energy liquids, and life essence. The energy stones were mainly snatched by Fong Ping himself. Powerhouses did not carry many of these. True kings almost would not carry them. However, there were some life essence and energy liquids. Energy stones. 5 tons, 10,000 caddies, worth 3 trillion. 5 tons. Fong Ping said it casually as if it was not much. Energy liquids are all basic concentration. 5 times the concentration, 1 ton, worth 3 trillion too. Life essence, about 2,000 caddies too. 5 billion per caddy, worth 5 trillion. Storage rings, 22 of them, about 500 cubic meters in total. I'm afraid it's no less than 20 trillion. Just as he said that, Li Hansong muttered, "Storage rings are that expensive?" Fong Ping laughed. "Of course it's expensive. Humans may have developed space rings now, but if they want to stabilize space, the space is frighteningly small. 1 cubic meter is considered huge. Under normal circumstances, half a cubic meter is the standard. Even this is shockingly expensive. Humans had already developed space rings. However, powerhouses were needed to cut space. Not only that, top-notch powerhouses were also needed to solidify space, forming a space similar to the space battlefield. The cost was extremely high. Therefore, it was not the time to popularize it yet. On Sino Nation's side, the few space rings that were introduced first were all experimental. Now, they were given to some rank 9 martial artists to use for free. The space rings that Fong Ping had seized in the past were all 1 cubic meter, worth about 50 billion. Even the system calculated it this way. Obviously, the storage rings were worth this price. Just these few items alone were worth more than 30 trillion. In other words, the other things that he seized this time were probably worth about the same as this. This time, Fong Ping did not find any treasures similar to the 100 honing fruit. The weakest who died in battle were rank 8. Rank 8s almost did not have any storage rings. 16 storage rings, all from rank 9 powerhouses, 6 from true king powerhouses. How could there be these treasures for middle and low ranks? Rank 9 divine weapons 9. This is not bad. Some true kings actually left divine weapons behind. Fong Ping counted and was somewhat satisfied. Humans still lacked divine weapons now. 9 was not a small number. Old man Li, that prodigal fellow. This time, Fong Ping gave him 2 swords, both of which were shattered by him. Fong Ping had thought that there would at least be 1 left this time. This time, it was not just 1 or 2 powerhouses who had their divine weapons shattered. Even 9 were not enough. Old man Li, this fellow, I think he needs to prepare at least a desperate divine weapon. Fong Ping shook his head slightly and continued looking. There are many energy fruits. Most of them are from rank 9 monster plants. There are also desperate fruits, Fong Ping said, suddenly stunned. I didn't see Tianyu this time. The few of them looked at him. Fong Ping frowned. Tianyu did not appear from the beginning to the end. This fellow did not come to the battle this time? That's right. It took root in Sky Plant's Imperial City. When it left, Sky Plant's Imperial City's defense system collapsed. That's why it did not come at all. Monster plants were not like monsters. Destiny Royal Court's Xian Long came to the battle. It tried to kill Fong Ping a few times, but it was held up by others. In the end, it also entered the Sky Cemetery. Tianyu, however, did not appear. In that case, Sky Plant's Imperial Court now has at least 2 true kings, Tianyu and King Huai. However, Tianyu belongs to the Guardian Royal Court. Right now, I don't know if it returned to the Guardian Royal Court or continued to stay in Sky Plant's Imperial Court. Fong Ping quickly ignored this. It was not strange that each family had some true kings left behind. King Pingshan and that ferocious tiger monster were still alive. About 50 rank 9 energy fruits. Desperation energy fruits, a total of 9. Rank 9 energy fruits with slightly better effects were worth more than 100 billion. Desperation energy fruits were worth trillions. These energy fruits were worth more than 15 trillion. Rank 9 divine weapons were also worth more than 1 trillion. Including the things from before, the value was about 46 trillion. With this calculation, Fong Ping was looking forward to it. In that case, the other things were worth at least about 20 trillion. But these powerhouses did not bring many things. No one would bring trash like low-ranked energy stones. Their storage space was not considered big. Of course, they brought useful things. At this moment, there were less than 30 things left in front of Fong Ping. This meant that the average value was more than 600 billion. Some of the things in front of him were stored in jade boxes. These were either energy fruits or pills. Some of them looked like they were sealed and were black in color. Fong Ping was also considered a knowledgeable person. It was mainly because he had read the atlas in the Catacombs Palace of 100 Kings and seen many treasures. Unless the catacombs did not even have them, his knowledge was considered outstanding among humans. Fong Ping had always thought that being knowledgeable was the mark of a big boss. The current him was very knowledgeable, so he was now considered one of the big bosses of the 3 realms. This was not wrong at all. This is jade skygrass? Fong Ping opened a jade box, a little surprised. The others looked at him. Fong Ping explained, jade skygrass. This thing is not produced by a monster plant with a consciousness. It should be considered a treasure. Its function is also simple. It is used to cleanse energy. Cleanse energy? You mean cleanse? That's what I mean. Fong Ping laughed. Martial artists, after all, need to absorb a lot of energy stones and consume various treasures. The energy is more or less mixed. Ordinary people can't cleanse it. This thing is specially used for cleansing. Its effect is very strong. Of course, I don't need it. I'm a ninth refinement golden body. The repellent energy has been expelled. Fong Ping glanced at the three of them. Suddenly, he looked at Li Hansong and said, Ironhead, use it. Although your golden body is strong, it is very mixed now. The external energy you absorb is too complicated and not pure enough. I see that you have the realm of a seventh refinement golden body now, but it feels very superficial. Having said that, Fong Ping threw the box to him. Take it and cleanse it. Maybe you can enter eighth refinement golden body soon. Li Hansong mumbled. Fong Ping heard it and said impatiently, Ninth refinement golden body? With your situation, I don't think you can count on it. As for the matter of you guys going against the Origin, we'll talk about this later. I'll ask the cat first. He could communicate with the cat. However, he was worried that the cat was fighting now. It was best to wait for the cat to take the initiative to talk to him. Fong Ping continued to look at the treasures. Soon he said with a surprised look, Whose thing is this? The heart core of a desperate monster plant? This guy killed a desperate monster plant before? He was a little surprised. Even if a desperate monster plant was killed, it was difficult to leave a heart core and brain core behind. Many monsters died in battle this time. He did not see these left behind. Even if there were, they had been snatched away. There were so many true king powerhouses and so many human powerhouses. Other than Li Zhen, who exploded his emperor weapon, Fong Ping did not see many true divine weapons. Of course, it was not that there were none. Some people still had them, but they were too few. Among those who had defeated true god-level powerhouses in the battle, there are not more than 5 who had true divine weapons. As for emperor weapons, they were pitifully few. Did 3 or 4 have them? Those heavenly king powerhouses almost did not use weapons. He saw Moon Spirit had 2 divine weapons. The others' heavenly king seals were considered semi-divine weapons. I wonder who the earthly emperor sword belongs to. Fong Ping went to kill the Life King in the end. He really did not know. When he came out, those people ran fast. He did not know if they were recalled by Moon Spirit, a desperate monster plant's heart core. It was very difficult to forge a peak divine weapon with a single heart core. Even if it was forged, it might only be a top-notch rank 9 divine weapon. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said, I'll see if I can forge a top-notch rank 9 divine sword for Old Manly later, so that he doesn't break his divine weapon every time. When he saw the third item, Fong Ping was stunned. The others were stunned too. Cat fruit. Everyone was stunned. Fong Ping's expression changed. Where is this cat tree? I didn't see it this time. But I saw the cat fruit at Pine King's place before, at Li Zhu's place, and now this is the third one. This fellow is definitely related to the heavenly plant's royal court. Otherwise, why would so many cat fruits appear? The cat fruit is good stuff. It's especially effective in repairing the origin space. I really want to catch this fellow now and make it bear fruit for us. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. He did not know where the cat tree had hidden itself. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of the cat tree. The old cat said that its origin was flawed. It was scared stiff when it saw the heavenly hound. It would be great if it could be brought back to bear fruit. If the cat tree was here, he would not have to worry about Wang Qinghai and the rest not waking up. They were all injured in their origin. The cat fruit had the best effect in restoring the origin. This is for Vice-Chancellor Nan Yunping. Fong Ping made the final decision. Nan Yunyiwe had participated in the battle. In the end, she seemed to be injured quite badly. The Absolute Peak's family still had to be partial. After all, these Absolute Peak had sacrificed too much. The heavenly fruit can produce large amounts of origin energy. This has the best effect in expanding the source world. I'll keep it. Fang Ping checked out the treasures one by one. He was quite satisfied. The things that Wang Qinghai and the other two needed to restore were almost gathered. These three should be able to recover quickly and wake up. Not only that, there were things that strengthened the golden body and strengthened mentality. There were quite a lot of these treasures. There were also some medicinal pills used by some ancient martial arts powerhouses. Fang Ping did not recognize some of them, but he could generally identify them. There were recovery pills, healing pills, and cultivation pills. A map. Fang Ping opened a beast skin map casually. This beast skin seemed to be a rank 9 beast skin. This was found in a True God Powerhouse's storage ring. Fang Ping opened it and took a look. Then he said in surprise, "A map of celestial realm fragments? This fellow found this. I wonder if he has explored it before." Some celestial realm fragments could move, some could not. Since the map was left behind, it might not move. However, Fang Ping's head hurt looking at it. Fang Ping could not understand the wavy lines drawn on the map on the Forbidden Sea. There were no landmarks. The reason why he knew that it was a celestial realm fragment was because a crack had opened in midair, revealing some things. The guy who drew had a decent foundation. However, Fang Ping still despised him for a while. Could it not be shown in a crystal book? These old antiques did not know how to make things convenient for others at all. He threw the map aside. Very quickly, Fang Ping picked up a book again. He frowned slightly and took out another item from his storage space. This was what he got from killing the female true god. 72. Lord God's name list. Fang Ping did not know if the owner of the storage ring was killed by the people from the divine sect later, or if he had died before. If it was before, then it would be interesting. The 72 Lord gods that represented the divine sect might have infiltrated various forces. Fang Ping took a look at the female True God Ming Yu's album of names. 12 names were crossed out. This might mean that 12 people had died that year. Fang Ping also took a look at this new name list. 22 names were crossed out. Ming Yu and the other 3 were there. He was there too. Later, the divine sect sent 30 true gods. Old Wang and the rest killed too. That makes 37. Fang Ping calculated. If that was the case, then it would be 55. 72 Lord gods. About 55 people were confirmed to be dead or had entered the celestial cemetery. The remaining 17, perhaps some of them had infiltrated other forces and entered together. If this name list is the latest one, it means that there are still many people from the divine sect who have not left this time. Fang Ping sighed. 17 Lord gods' whereabouts were unknown. Even if half of them had infiltrated other forces, at least 7 or 8 had not left. The divine sect's strength was still extremely strong. Old Wang said in a low voice, "Do you think the Grand Pope is one of the Lord gods?" Fang Ping nodded. "Possibly. If not, it's their venerable emperor." Whether the Grand Pope is a venerable emperor, it's hard to say. To be able to hide it from old Zhang for so long, it's not easy. Even Heavenly King Suppression didn't seem to notice the other party's existence. Fang Ping said and laughed. "No matter who it is, they have all gone in. Don't think about him. The Grand Pope must have left. If he was among the top humans, then he would definitely enter the celestial cemetery this time. However, it was probably not a very important, desperate situation. There were still some people who knew about old Zhang's plan. If the Grand Pope knew about it, the divine sect would not have entered. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the divine sect had entered deliberately. It was also possible that they went with the flow. There are at least 7 or 8 true gods in the divine sect who have not left. This force that overturned the Earth Emperor God dynasty and the era of sects is indeed not simple. King Kuin could organize so many powerhouses. He was not simple either. The 3 great saints had surrendered to him. Fang Ping suspected that King Kuin might have some unknown tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, How could a saint surrender to someone so easily? Even if his father was the earthly emperor, it would not work, unless the earthly emperor was still alive. Faceless, who was killed by me previously, said that Heavenly Hound's corpse is in the Divine Sect headquarters. I don't know if it's true or not. I still have to go take a look when I have time. After all, it's Cat's old buddy. If the Divine Sect really took it away, I still have to get it back. At the thought of this, Fong Ping thought of the Divine Sect messenger that he had let go of previously. Perhaps the breakthrough was still with him. When he had time later, he would kill him and see if he could impersonate him and enter the Divine Sect headquarters. At this moment, Fong Ping had also finished checking the spoils of war. He was a little disappointed. There were no particularly amazing treasures. Of course, any one of these treasures would be a treasure to a rank 9 powerhouse. But for Fong Ping, it was not enough. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping muttered, "The treasures that I need now are mainly treasures related to the origin path. Ordinary ones really won't do. To enhance the origin path, I need a lot of origin chi and strong willpower. Another thing is to expand the origin world. It's best if it's a treasure like the cat fruit that can expand my origin world." Fong Ping calculated for a while. Ordinary treasures were useless to him now. As for the enhancement of his physique, he only needed the imperishable substance. He mainly needed to enhance the origin space and the origin path. The former needed to be consolidated. The stronger and bigger it was, the more advantageous it would be to fight in the origin space. Fong Ping seriously suspected that the cat liked to drag people into the origin space and stab them to death because its origin world was incomparably powerful. This cat ate the cat fruit like it was a fruit. The origin world was incomparably sturdy. If ordinary true gods fought with it in the origin world, their origin world would probably be smashed by the cat world instantly. My origin world needs to be consolidated. Not only that, it's best if I can integrate the materialized Sun City into the origin world and create a real world. The more complicated the origin world was, the more it could be consolidated. Integrating a world in the origin world was generally something that only heavenly king powerhouses could do. Fong Ping's previous idea was to fill the materialized object with imperishable substance. Now that he thought about it, it might not be the right way. Of course, I can fill it with imperishable substance after integrating it into the origin world. Oh, right. Does the imperishable substance have any effect on the origin world to consolidate? Fong Ping did not know. He could try all these. If he could really create a world forged from imperishable substance in the origin world, then he would have powerful means to fight enemies in the future. I already have the residents, those fellows in the origin world. Fong Ping laughed suddenly. Did this count as a sudden whim of his? There were many people in his origin world. Of course, they were just virtual projections. However, he had built Sun City. It was not bad to let these people live in it. There's an old Zhang in there too. The next time I meet old Zhang, I'll invite him to my origin world to have a chat with the old Zhang in there. The more Fong Ping thought about it, the happier he was. Wang Jinyang and the rest were speechless. What were they thinking? Fong Ping, this fellow, had a big heart. There were a lot of things to do now. Was he not nervous when he was secretly happy here alone? Fong Ping could not be bothered with them. He glanced at the black screen of the system again. How long will the system upgrade take this time? Will there be new functions appearing? Fong Ping did not know. Previously, he had analyzed the origin world. According to the system situation, if it upgraded this time, would there be higher level functions appearing? Or perhaps there were none at all. Let's wait and see. Fong Ping's feelings were still very complicated. On the one hand, he hoped that there would be, but on the other hand, he actually hoped that there would be none. If there was none, it meant that this was the limit of the system. This also meant that the system's ability was actually also limited. The future. Let's talk about the future. Chapter 1017. He was waiting for the system upgrade to complete. At the same time, in a broken small world, Warlord carried Zhang Tao on his back and fled quickly. Behind them, many powerhouses were chasing after them. Warlord gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "A bunch of lackeys." Instead of looking for their own opportunities after entering the Sky Cemetery, they're still listening to those guys' orders. How stupid! With the opportunities, they can become emperors on their own. Why do they still need to listen to those emperors and heavenly kings? Warlord cursed. After entering the Sky Cemetery, the human powerhouses began to scatter and flee. If they gathered again, they would be easily captured by those heavenly kings. At this point, it was better to scatter and flee. He fled with the heavily injured Zhang Tao and became a thorn in the side of all parties. Both the catacombs and the divine sects sent powerhouses to hunt them down. Although Warlord's strength was not bad, 5 true gods were enough to kill him. Zhang Tao was now in a coma. He did not have the strength to resist. Those heavenly kings and emperors had all gone to look for opportunities. These true gods became the main force of the hunt. When Zhang Tao recovers, I'll kill all of you. Let's see if you can still chase after me then. After cursing for a while, Warlord turned around and roared, "Maple King, you're a lackey. You're a lackey. You said so many people died, but you're still alive. Looks like you'll be a lackey for a few more years. I don't even know if I should pity you." Maple King was cold and said nothing. "You won't say that when I catch up to you." At this moment, Maple King was the leader, followed by more than 10 true god powerhouses. They chased after Warlord. Warlord and Zhang Tao were both going to die. They ran one after the other. At this time, the sound of the wind behind them became louder. Under the astonished gaze of the Maple King, a fat cat flashed by and disappeared, also cursing. "Come after me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll stab you to death sooner or later. I have people. I've ambushed 100 emperors here in the Sky Cemetery. When I summon them, I'll stab you all to death." The cat kept muttering, looking back at the people chasing after them from time to time. "Who's that? Earthly sovereign's son? When you were young, I peed in your teacup. You drank my pee and now you want to kill me? Do you believe that I'll curse you?" At the back, King Kuin's face turned green. That was not all. The cat turned around again and mumbled that, "Li Zhu, isn't he a rebel? This cat seems to remember who you are. You rebel against your master. I hate people like you the most. I remember Big Dog hitting you in the past. Your face was covered in dog claws." Upon hearing this, even Li Zhu, who had always been calm, could hardly keep his composure. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Zhu smiled faintly and said, "Emperor Tsang, tell us the location of the 9 emperor fruits and the 9 emperor seals. No one wants to kill you. We're just asking." "Bah, your face is full of dog piss. I won't tell you. I'll piss you off. Come and chase me," the old cat said gleefully with a smile on its face. "You'll be scared later. This cat is very familiar with this place. Do you know where this is? Where is Sovereign Chunling's place? Spirit Emperor really likes this cat. This cat comes here every day. Spirit Emperor said that he hates stinky men like you the most. I'll poke you all to death. Just you wait. This cat is going to Spirit Emperor's bedroom now. If you dare to enter, I'll poke you all to death." Behind them, the expressions of the heavenly kings changed. These words left them speechless. One of the 9 emperors, the only female emperor, Spirit Emperor. Back then, she had countless disciples, all female. Men were not allowed to enter. Those who disobeyed would be killed. The cat and dog were fine. They were all demons, so there was no distinction between men and women. Of course, the perverted dog was forbidden to enter, but the cat was fine. If he really entered Spirit Emperor's bedroom, with Spirit Emperor's personality, it was not impossible for him to set up a killing array. The cat was still very pleased. At this moment, it happened to pass by the War King and Kuin. "Big fatty, come brush my fur." It's so tiring to fly, and my fur is all messed up. The War King's face had long turned green. King Kuin was here, Li Ju was here, and the two kings were behind them. These people had all followed the cat here. He was ready to scold the cat to death. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and hurriedly approached the cat, grabbing its tail and not letting go. Seeing this, the cat was exasperated. "Don't scratch me. Who told you to grab this cat's tail? You brush my fur. Brush my fur. It's uncomfortable. If you're done brushing, I'm going to eat." The War King almost died of anger. At this time, this cat still wanted to eat and brush its fur. Where did it think it was? The cat ignored him and turned to look at Zhang Tao, who was on his back, and said happily, "Ah, the pseudo-emperor is about to be poked to death. How dare you bully a cat?" The War King could not care less. He hurriedly asked, "Cat, can you save him?" "No." "Cat," the cat muttered, "his origin is overflowing. How can he be saved? His source world is not strong, and it is about to disperse. Now there is still a guy attacking his source world. If it disperses, he will die." The War King's expression changed. The master of the void, mausoleum, grotto heaven. No wonder that guy did not respond. It turned out that he had entered Zhang Tao's source world and was fighting. No wonder Zhang Tao did not say a word. He was not dead, and it was not much different from being dead. Then what should we do? What should we do? The cat said with a headache, "Why don't I take you to the bathing pool and see if we can find some spiritual emperor's bath water?" Spiritual emperor's bath water is very good, and it is made of natural treasures. Drinking some might make you feel better, but after so many years, who knows if there is any left? The War King was stunned. Bath water? He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Tao. "I will take you to drink bath water. If you know, you won't make trouble for me, right?" The most important thing was that it was not fresh, and it had been almost 10,000 years. The War King did not care anymore and hurriedly asked, "Is there more?" "I don't know about that," the cat said perfunctorily. It did not see Spiritual Emperor's bathing pool. The previous bathing pool was only the bathing pool of Spiritual Emperor's disciples. The big dog did not dare to peep at Spiritual Emperor, or it would be beaten to death. "Let's look for it." The cat said, turned its head again, and said happily, "I'm going to Spiritual Emperor's bathing pool. You guys come." In order to prevent the big dog from peeping, Spiritual Emperor set up the Seven Heavens formation. "Come on, I'll poke you to death." As soon as the words came out, their expressions changed again. The ancient celestial court powerhouses set up formations based on the destructive power of the 9 heavens. The 7 heavens formation's destructive power was comparable to a rank 9's 9, 6 million calories, and this was to guard against the heavenly hound. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly hound probably also had such strength. Perhaps it was slightly weaker, or else it would not have been effective. However, the heavenly hound's strength was obviously much stronger than the heavenly king's. The 6 heavens formation did not have much lethality against the heavenly kings. But the 7 heavens, very soon, King Kuin said lightly, "So many years have passed, Spiritual Emperor's formation is probably ineffective." "Big idiot, you're as stupid as before." The cat said disdainfully, "Emperors, your father is an emperor. You don't even know this. As long as the emperor's path is not broken, heaven and earth are not destroyed, the formation set up by the emperor will not be broken. Big idiot." King Kuin almost died of anger. This cat was targeting him. It had been looking down on him. "Cat, don't call me." The cat was very fast. Although it was fat, it flew at an astonishing speed, not slower than these heavenly kings. After responding, the cat continued to expose him. "I remember again. Did you get spanked by Big Blackface in the past?" King Kuin did not say a word and did not reply. "Also, you got spanked by Old Man Earthly Emperor." "Cat, you got spanked by Old Man North Emperor too. He said you looked at Moon's spirit lustfully." "Cat, You got spanked by old man Li Zhu too. Why didn't you hit him? King Kuin's face was livid. Li Zhu did not say a word and slowed down a little. Only then did he smile and said, Emperor Song recognized the wrong person. No way. The cat was unhappy and said angrily, It must be you. Big Dog and I went to steal the 9 Emperor seal. You were there, and it was Big Dog who hit your face full of dog claws. As soon as he said that, King Kuin snorted coldly. It really is you, Palm Seal user. Li Zhu said lightly, King Kuin, do you believe the cat's words? Humph. King Kuin snorted coldly and did not bother to say more. The Heavenly Court was a huge organization that ruled the 3 realms. The 9 emperors could not stay in the Heavenly Court all the time. They had their own things to do and needed to cultivate. Thus, the Palm Seal user appeared. This was what King Suppressing Heavenly King was talking about. The 9 Emperor Seal. Back then, it was the Palm Seal user who was in charge. Once the 9 Emperor Seal was stamped, one could pass through the 3 realms unimpeded. It was equivalent to the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court or the Minister of Internal Affairs. If the 8 kings and 36 saints were martial positions, the Palm Seal user was a civil position. Even the 8 kings could not compare to him. Previously, King Qian and King Suppressing Heavenly King had guessed that Li Zhu's way of doing things was similar to the Palm Seal user. Now, it seemed that it was really him. Although the cat had a bad memory, it would not be wrong. Palm Seal user, Sea Seal user, King Kuin snorted inwardly. These powerhouses had appeared. Back then, some of the high-ranking powerhouses in the Heavenly Court did not seem to have died. Instead, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were gone. When he was still weak, these guys were old powerhouses. The 8 kings were all mid-stage Heavenly Court. Before the 8 kings were conferred, these guys already held positions in the Heavenly Court. Palm Seal user, since you are alive, what about the others? King Kuin said coldly. You and the Sea Seal user appeared. Is the Weapon Master of the Heavenly Court still alive? Civil positions, the Palm Seal user was respected. Martial positions in the Heavenly Court, the Weapon Master was respected. He controlled the weapons of the 3 realms. Sea Seal user was responsible for suppressing the Sea of Sufferings. He was also a top powerhouse. 2 of the 3 messengers appeared. What about the most powerful one? Li Zhu said lightly, I am not the Palm Seal user. As for the Weapon Master, it might be the King Suppressing Heavenly King. Then he said lightly, the 8 kings and 36 saints divided the military power of the 3 realms. He has a reason to suppress you. Weapon Master. King Kuin's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, I have seen the Weapon Master. Li Xuanxie is different. You have. Li Zhu said indifferently. On the day the 8 kings and 36 saints were conferred, the Weapon Master left the Heavenly Court in anger. So what if you have? Did you have the right to see through him? Before the 8 kings and 36 saints appeared, it was the Weapon Master who led the armies of the 3 realms. After that, the 9 sovereigns divided their power and divided the world. Later, the 8 kings and 36 saints appeared. The Weapon Master felt that the 9 sovereigns did not trust him and left the Heavenly Court in anger. He never returned and lived in seclusion. King Kuin was not as powerful back then. How could he see through him? King Kuin's expression changed again. Weapon Master? Was the King Suppressing Heavenly King really a Weapon Master? If that was the case, he might be even more powerful than he appeared. When the Weapon Master was in charge of the 3 realms' martial affairs, he was still a child. That person was already famous in the 3 realms. But soon, King Kuin denied this theory. He snorted. The Weapon Master is in the Heavenly Court's army. He has countless disciples. How could he be alone? Idiot! Li Zhu sneered and said faintly, Disciple? Where did the true gods come from? He dug them out. If he was not a Weapon Master of the 3 realms, How would he know the exact location of the Three Realms War? How many ancient battlefields do you know, King Kuin? The Three Realms was too big. There were many battles back then. Experts fought each other for territory, disciples, treasures. It was not the first time they started a war. The 9 sovereigns did not care about these things. Only 2 people knew about these places, the Weapon Master and the Seal Master. The Seal Master was in charge of imperial decrees and would pay attention to these things. The Weapon Master needed to control all forces and would also pay attention to these things. Since Heavenly King subduing could dig out so many people, he was probably one of the 2. As the 2 spoke, the cat was listening. It did not panic. It turned around and asked curiously, "Is that old man a weapon master? I heard he has a 30,000 mu orchard in his house. We have been looking for a long time, but we can't find it. Do you know where it is? Why don't we stop fighting and go pick some fruits?" The experts' faces darkened. Did he think he was playing house? At this time, Tianji King said, "Li Zhu, since you are the Seal Master, you should know where the seals of the 9 sovereigns are. Are you trying to divert our attention?" Li Zhu smiled. "I am not the Seal Master. If you 2 are just coachmen, do you think you deserve to talk to me like this?" Coachmen. The 2 kings were livid. No matter what, they were not coachmen. They were also ancient venerable sovereigns. They were already venerable sovereigns when the heavenly realm was still around. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the earthly emperor god dynasty to be the lord of the demon palace. Of course, they did not have high positions in the celestial court back then. They were disciples of the earthly emperor and held positions in the celestial court. Their positions were similar to the horse protector, but they were still officials, not coachmen, which official in the celestial court wasn't an emperor-level expert. The 3 emissaries, 8 kings, 36 saints after that, it was the minor officials like them. There were still many ranks below them. They could be considered important figures in the 3 realms, but they were looked down upon by Li Zhu. Of course, if Li Zhu was really the Seal Master, it was normal for him to look down on them. As they spoke, the cat was a little disappointed that they did not reply. It mumbled, "Then I'll ask that old man next time. Big Dog and I searched for a long time, but we couldn't find his fruit garden. We don't know where he hid it." After that, the cat smiled and said, "Old men, let's play hide and seek. I'm good at hide and seek. You can't find me if I hide." They were speechless again. There was nothing wrong with that. This cat could hide. Most of the time when a war broke out, the cat went to sleep, but no one knew where it was sleeping. Not only that, once it slept, it was easy for people to forget it. They had to admit that this was a skill. By the way, the fruits of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors are not ripe yet. That day, I planted their das in the tree of Tao. They said it would take 10,000 years for them to ripen. It's only been 7,000 years, and it's only half ripe now. They might not be able to digest it completely. As soon as he said that, their hearts stirred. King Kuin's face was tense. After the destruction of the heavenly realm, where were you? Take a guess? The cat grinned happily. Was he angry? King Kuin was angry. At this time, the cat laughed again. "Don't chase me, I'll tell you." King Kuin snorted coldly. The cat was also very annoyed. The chase was so annoying. "I've lost weight again." The cat was a little sad. "It was hard for me to run when they were chasing me. I wanted to go back for dinner. Now that everyone is chasing me, how am I going to go back for dinner?" After thinking for a long time, the cat's big eyes began to roll. The next moment, he suddenly threw out a big gong, the heavenly gong. The gong and drum quickly expanded, covering the world. A giant cat was waving a gong and beating the drum, yelling, "Come quickly! Old man Li Zhu is the seal user. He has taken the 9 emperor seals. The earthly emperor's son. The earthly emperor's son peeped at Moon's spirit bathing and killed little Ayu. Moon's spirit, come and beat him. That crazy old man, your father, that so-called emperor, was killed by that old earthly emperor. Come and beat him up." That big fish, such a big fish head, I didn't eat your small fish. It was given to me by the earthly emperor's son. He said it was delicious. We ate a lot together. That King Quinn? Any king. Come and beat them up. Get the heavenly king seals. The combination of the 8 heavenly king seals and the 9 emperor seals can open a passage to the 9 heavens, to the celestial origin. As soon as he said this, the world shook. In the next moment, the experts who were searching for treasures in the distance all burst out. Moon Spirit, Heaven's Pole, King Qian, King Sun, King Zhen, Tian Chief, Sea Guardian, and Heaven Suppressing King. A total of 8 heavenly king experts rushed over. Li, Zhu, King Kuan, and the 2 kings were all stunned. This cat lied through its teeth. They didn't know this cat had such a hobby before. The King of War was dumbfounded. This could work, but someone really believed it, especially when the cat said that the combination of the 8 seals and the 9 emperor seals could open a passage to the celestial origin. This seemed to be true. The legend seemed to be true. Li Zhu is the palm seal envoy. At this moment, some experts were also shocked. In the 3 realms, some late-stage venerable emperors might not know about the 8 kings, but ancient venerable emperors like Heavenly Emperor Pingu knew. The palm seal envoy was a big shot in the celestial court. The cat was happy. He turned around and stuck out his tongue at the experts, rolled his eyes and wagged his tail. He gloated and said, "I'll beat you to death for chasing me." The sky-reaching bell was a divine artifact, not only because it could whistle to call people. The key was that the sky-reaching bell could affect the mind. Whatever the cat said would be magnified. The cat had 2 divine artifacts that belonged to him, the sky-peaking mirror and the sky-reaching bell. The sky-peaking mirror, the way of heaven. The sky-peaking bell, the effect of reaching heaven, was rumored to be able to communicate with heaven and earth. This was the cat, the darling of heaven and earth. What the cat said, even if it was nonsense, could raise people's suspicions to the maximum. Even if they knew it might not be true, they had to try. Maybe it was true. At this moment, many heavenly king stage experts, including some emperors and sages, rushed over. The ash cat was elated as it shook its fat, but, after waiting for a moment, the moon spirit was the first to arrive. It went straight for King Kuan. The ash cat's 4 legs suddenly stomped on the ground. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared without a trace. "If I let you chase me, you'll still eat my fart." The next moment, the cat appeared in a dark palace. With a swing of his tail, he sent the King of War flying. "It's here. Go in and find it yourself. It's dangerous. Ling Huang hates men peeping at her. But Ling Huang is not here, so be careful." "Cat." At this time, Zhang Tao was a little sober, and he said weakly, "This time I implicated you. When we get out—" "Oh, it's okay." The cat became polite and said happily, "I'm leaving. It's not fun here. Those guys are always chasing me. It's so tiring. I've lost a lot of weight. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat dinner. You guys have fun." After saying that, the cat was about to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he summoned a ball from Zhang Tao's body. He picked up the ball and looked at it, muttering, "I was wondering why the mirror was broken. I can't see the great path, so it's in here. Forget it. It'll take a long time to take it out now. You guys keep it for now. That fake human emperor. In the future, you can stab someone to death, throw it in here, and you can see the great path. You can have more of that Tao. I'll lend it to you for now." After saying that, the cat threw the bead, turned around and ran. Zhang Tao hurriedly said, "This place is very dangerous. Cat, don't run around. Go to Heavenly King Zhen." "I'm not going." After saying that, the cat had already disappeared. They were all hungry. Who would go to that old man's side and fight? "I'm leaving. You guys fight." The cat calculated the time. If he went out now and rushed back, would he make it in time for dinner? At Chubby Face's house, dinner was served at 7 in the evening. What time was it now? 4 or 5 o'clock. The cat was a little anxious. Did Chubby Face cook for him today? "I'm so hungry. I want to eat a lot today. No, I have to go quickly. Go back for dinner. The cat did not even look back, and in the blink of an eye, completely disappeared in front of the two. Warlord and Zhang Tao looked at each other. After a while, Warlord coughed and said, "Did you hear the last sentence?" "I heard it. Go back for dinner?" Zhang Tao was stunned. What did he mean? Where were they going to eat? Warlord was also stunned. After a while, he said dryly, It can't be that it left a back door, right?" Zhang Tao was stunned again. It was hard to say. The heavenly realm was extremely sturdy. Anyway, they had been fighting until now, and heavenly king stage powerhouses could not break it. The entrance was blocked by a divine artifact. Not only was the heaven-confining bell a divine artifact, but it also had many things added to it. To break the divine artifact, even a heavenly king might not be able to. Under normal circumstances, it would not be able to escape, unless they killed the person controlling the heaven-confining bell. But now, apart from Zhang Tao, probably only the person controlling the heaven-confining bell knew. Zhang Tao did not control it. Maybe it was Heavenly King Zhen, so they could not leave this place now. But the cat was going back for dinner? While Zhang Tao was stunned, the corner of his mouth twitched. This is big trouble. Don't tell me that the cat has left. If it really went back, it means that there is a passage out of this place. If too much time passes and they can't find the opportunity, these people might have to leave. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. Damn it. If only he knew that this cat was so unreliable. Forget it. Whether this cat was reliable or not, it was not clear now. The key point is, we forgot to ask, where do we go out? Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. He did not even know this. What a blunder. He was thinking about his blunder. At the same time, Song Mao sneaked into a large, dry pool, looked around, and quickly crawled into a water inlet. After a while, the cat's figure appeared in the sky above the forbidden sea. Looking at the small hole in the sky, the cat scratched its head with its claws. After thinking for a while, it stuffed the heaven-confining bell in, and then said happily, "Okay, someone is coming out. Da-da-da, the 3 realms are ringing. This cat will know. Let's go back for dinner." The cat sped up, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the forbidden sea. After being tired for a long time, it had to nourish itself. The lyre owed it the divine artifact, food and drink. It had to be returned to this cat. With a beautiful fantasy, the cat sped up. Earth, Demonic City's passage, trembled slightly. The people guarding the passage did not see anything. They only felt the passage tremble, and then nothing happened. And the cat had returned to Earth. Chapter 1018. Fang Ping, who was still in auspicious peace, probably did not expect the cat to return. The humans did not have Ju-Mo to hold down the fort, so no one noticed the old cat's return. Song Mao, who was already waiting at the Fang family's place to eat and drink, had no intention of informing Fang Ping. As for the members of the Fang clan, they did not consider this at all. It didn't seem strange for the cat to come back. Although Fang Yuan felt that Big Cat had lied to her and said that it wasn't coming back and had pinched her cheeks for a long time, Fang Yuan was still happy that Big Cat had returned. She did not understand why Big Cat had returned. As such, the first-ranked cat on the monarch ranking was completely ignored by the crowd. The gray cat seemed to like this kind of life, continuing to eat and wait for death in the Fang family. That night, the Fang family's kitchen was busy until late at night. On March 3rd, Fang Ping still had not returned to Magic City. At this moment, Fang Ping had met up with Old Man Li and the rest. Rue and Admiral Mansion. Wu Quishin, Old Man Li, and the rest had arrived. Some of their faces were still very pale. Until now, their injuries had not healed. A few experts who were too heavily injured were still recuperating in the capital. Looking at the rank 9 team that had lost a lot of people, Zhang Dingnan, who was also present, felt a little sad. Elder Fan, who was in charge of Nanjiang, would never return. The famous Northern Spear King was also nowhere to be seen. Everyone looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel somewhat bitter. Fong Ping glanced at the crowd and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. He regained his smile and said, "Don't be like this, everyone. This is a huge victory. We've killed almost 1,000 catacombs, rank 9 powerhouses. This is a great achievement." As he said that, Fong Ping continued regarding the grandmasters and paragons who died in battle. "Don't spread the news to the outside world in the near future. Don't make a big fuss either. At this point in time, humans are brimming with confidence. Once the news spreads, I'm afraid there will be an uproar." Too many powerhouses had died. Fong Ping was worried that something might go wrong. He continued, "You can temporarily announce the deaths of some of the experts, but you have to guide us well." While he was talking, Wu Quishan suddenly said with a smile, "That's more like it. It seems that you've really put yourself in the position of the chairman of the Counterattack Union." Fong Ping said sternly, "Minister Wu, in public, you must maintain an appropriate amount of respect for your leaders." Wu Quishan's face darkened. Feeling helpless, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. Continue." This kid was really getting cocky now. It could not be helped. When old Zhang and the others left, they had appointed Fong Ping to take over everything. Fong Ping was very pleased with himself. Everyone who saw him could not help but laugh. His slightly disappointed mood gradually calmed down. Only then did Fong Ping return to the topic at hand. "There are a few important things to do next. I'll tell everyone about them in advance. First, the defense of the catacombs' passageways cannot be lax. Secondly, regarding the cooperation with the realm beyond heavens and the land of domains, this also needs to be discussed again. Third, about the general martial arts." Fong Ping muttered, "Especially the third point. I've also realized that recently the Earth's energy concentration has been increasing. Low-ranked martial artists can cultivate even without the assistance of medicinal pills. This was also an opportunity. The Ministry of Education still needed to popularize more martial arts knowledge. 10 million people practiced martial arts. Even if one genius appeared in 10,000 people, there would still be 1,000 people. Among these 1,000 people, there might be someone at the top. There are still many opportunities in the 3 realms. I heard that some relics have appeared on Earth recently. This is an opportunity for everyone." Wu Quishan nodded. At this time, Li Daong said, "Does the military department's army need to be expanded? Previously, there were 1 million soldiers conscripted. Now there are close to 2 million martial artists in the army. Not for now." Fong Ping said, "Next, there won't be too many catacombs, passageways that we mainly defend. Try to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy some of the outer domains and seize the mineral veins. These people can concentrate their resources to cultivate and become stronger." After saying that, Fong Ping continued, "This is what the middle and low-ranked martial artists have to do. As for the high-ranked martial artists, our target is still the restricted area." Fong Ping said slowly, "My idea is that while there is chaos everywhere now, it's best for humans to open up the passageway connecting the outer domain and the inner domain, seize a piece of territory in the restricted area, and shift the main battlefield to the catacombs. This is to prevent the celestial humans' barrier from shattering in the future, and the battlefield directly appears on Earth. When that time comes, we'll be in big trouble. Seize territory in the restricted area." Li Daong frowned slightly. "It's not an easy task. Moreover, we suffered heavy losses this time. Although the catacombs suffered more losses, they have a large population and many powerhouses. If they counterattack, let's give it a try." Fong Ping interrupted. "How will you know if you don't try?" "Take advantage of this time. I want to increase the overall strength of humans and spread martial arts in all aspects. Maybe you guys think that some middle and low-ranked martial artists won't be of much use when the war is coming, but some things are not so absolute." Fong Ping paused and said, If humans become stronger, other things aside, on Sino Nation's side, the leaders of the 4 departments and 4 houses will also become stronger. Although I just came back, I can feel some of it. Last night, my origin chi seemed to have increased a lot. My mentality was split before and slipped a little, but now it's also recovering. As Fang Ping said that, he said with some excitement, "Now I understand a little why old Zhang and the others can cultivate so quickly. The hearts are united, the willpower is united. We also have something in return." When old Zhang said this in the past, Fang Ping did not understand it too deeply. However, after coming back yesterday, Fang Ping really did understand a little. First, in his origin space, there were more human figures. Of course, most of them were very illusory. Secondly, his origin space produced more origin chi than before. Origin chi could expand the origin space and could be used to open up Tao. There was a feeling similar to the power of faith. Fang Ping became the minister of the Heavenly Department and even the president of the Counterattack Union. In this way, his reputation increased greatly. The people also knew about his battle achievements. Their confidence grew as well, and they were giving back to Fang Ping. This way, Fang Ping was very satisfied. This meant that there was always a return for effort. The powerhouses and the weak also complemented each other. This could help some powerhouses avoid slacking off. Blindly helping the weak, blindly protecting the weak, not everyone could persist in their original intentions. Wu Quishan and the others nodded. However, Wu Quishan still laughed and said, "We're not as obvious as you are. Right now, your reputation is much bigger than ours. It seems that if you want to become stronger, you have to first become famous." Fang Ping laughed. "Isn't it easy to become famous? You can go to Mount Imperial Sea now and find a catacombs true king to fight. I'll immediately let the whole world help to promote you. I guarantee that you'll become famous immediately." Wu Quishan was speechless. "Can I defeat a true king?" Jokes aside, Fang Ping said, "Everyone recuperate well in the near future. After your injuries are healed, the humans will probably make some big moves." Big moves? Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Revenge. I'm a narrow-minded person. Revenge doesn't stay overnight. Now it's already overnight. No matter what, we still have to show what we need to show. Otherwise, if we keep a low profile, others will think that we're afraid. Void, Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Huatong Mountain, Luofu Grotto Heaven. These 3 major grotto heavens are our next target. Annihilate the 3 major grotto heavens, consolidate the catacombs' defense line in the outer realm. Seize resources. These are all things that must be done. We humans have always been fighting with fewer people and have always been at a disadvantage. But this time, I'm planning to concentrate our forces and fight with numbers to level the 3 major realms." Everyone looked at each other. Bei Gongyan said quickly, "I'm worried that the 3 major realms will be guarded by true god powerhouses. You don't have to worry about that. I'll think of a way." Fang Ping said and continued, "And this time if we do it, we'll eradicate them with thunderous force. We won't give them a chance to unite, and we won't give other parties a chance to rescue." That day, Minister Zhang said that the realms still need to be treated differently. At this moment, Zhong Qinghuan spoke. Fang Ping smiled and said, "That's Minister Zhang's business." He was also talking about those venerable emperors. "It's none of our business. We'll just do what we need to do. Anyway, everyone get ready. This time, it'll be fine if we don't make a move. If we do, then we'll amaze the world with a big army. Then the other parties we'll discuss again when everyone arrives in Magic City a few days later. I'll try my best to rope in some allies." Fang Ping explained, "At this time, while the powerhouses from all parties are not around, we'll pull in a few batches and fight another batch. We can't let others think that we humans are a big threat. I'll control this well." Everyone nodded again. Fang Ping smiled and said, "As for me, I'm just a hands-off boss. Everyone, you don't have to feel uncomfortable. I'm mainly responsible for fighting and logistics. The other things still depend on everyone. Try your best to let others do the work. We only have one goal, to become stronger. If we impart martial arts to everyone, geniuses might emerge. But how long will it take? Everyone is a rank 9 powerhouse. All of you have hopes of breaking through to the impasse. I still hope that everyone can advance to the peak. Fang Ping spoke for a while. At last, he said, regarding the news of the catacombs, disseminate more information to the people, including the introduction of the 3 realms forces, the differentiation of the enemy's camp and ours, even some ancient camps and powerhouses. It's good to understand more and know more. In the past, the pressure was too great. I was afraid that it would overwhelm everyone. But now the timing is right. I need to let everyone have confidence and a sense of pressure at the same time. In the near future, I'll also unite all parties to do some replanning and popularization of martial arts realms. Let the people be more aware of the division of different realms and the gap between them. Let them have a clear goal. Don't be like now, stuck between ambiguity. Previously, the division of humans was very simple. It was 9 ranks. It could not be helped. The time when neo-martial arts was launched was too short. At that time, rank 9 was the limit. Moreover, there were few martial artists and their abilities were weak. There was not much need for a clear division. But now it was still necessary. The biggest use was to let people have a clear direction and goal for their next step. With a clear comparison, only then would people know the gap and know what their next step should be. Everyone responded again. Zhang Tao had been doing this work before. But Zhang Tao actually did not know much before. Many powerhouses did not even show up. However, in this battle, those who should have appeared had appeared. Many things had also been clarified. At this point, Zhong Qinghuan suddenly said, "Minister Fang, there's something I have to mention. Just yesterday, the Department of Investigation Services received information. The evil sect that was previously annihilated seems to be reviving. Previously, when the evil sect headquarters was annihilated, some semi-believers have already given up believing in the evil sect. But just yesterday, some semi-believers seem to have started to link up again. Sino-Nation's intelligence work was done well. As for the divine sect, just as they were preparing to infiltrate, the Department of Investigation Services found some clues. Fang Ping took it seriously. He said in a low voice, "Keep a close eye on them. Now that the powerhouses have left, the divine sect should be the top among all the forces. We don't know much about the divine sect. Previously, they could not develop on Earth. That was because Heavenly King Zhen and the others suppressed them secretly. Oh, right, about the 9 emperors. Try to smear their names, especially the earthly sovereign. You must smear their names to the end. I don't care if the earthly sovereign is good or bad. I want to smear his name and make him into humanity's biggest enemy. King Kuin is the son of the earthly sovereign, the son of an ancient emperor, the crown prince, one of the 8 kings. It's too easy for people to worship such a powerhouse. Humans' top powerhouses must be publicized more. On the other hand, I don't care about the inside stories of these emperors and kings back then. I want them to be the enemy of humanity." Zhong Qinghua nodded. A sect established by the son of an ancient emperor was indeed easy to motivate people. This was the trend now. This time, the evil sect had made a comeback. Without the suppression of the top powerhouses, it might explode with a much stronger influence than before. Keep a close eye on the evil sect. Earth is our back. We can't let this place fall into chaos. If Earth falls into chaos, no matter how great the results we achieve on the front line, it will all be for naught. Fang Ping said a few more words. At last he said, "That's all for now. Those who need to heal, those who need to comfort the people, comfort the people. The key is that you can't neglect your own cultivation. In a few days, I will send a batch of cultivation resources to everyone. Don't be stingy. Also, Minister Wang Qinghai and the rest, I have also found medical treasures. This time, Minister Zhong will bring them back and let them recover as soon as possible. The meeting went on for more than 2 hours before it came to an end. Fang Ping was also physically and mentally exhausted. He wanted to rest for a while, but he had to continue to summon powerhouses from all sides, including negotiating with some organizations. There were many things to do. At the same time, Fang Ping was also planning for his next step in cultivation. He did not possess true top powerhouses. This made Fang Ping feel slightly uneasy. If he encountered a true god alone, he would definitely not be a match for them. He might be able to escape, but if he did so, the secrets of humanity might be exposed. If he wanted humanity to have a foothold, he must at least possess the combat strength of a desperate realm. 4th of March. Fang Ping negotiated with various departments overnight. Together with the World Martial Arts Tournament, they determined a new level standard. This time, humans officially determined the division of martial arts ranks. It was no longer the previous rank, 9. Early in the morning on the 4th, the World Martial Arts Federation, Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association, and various countries' martial arts associations announced the new level standard at the same time. This time, humans divided the martial arts ranks into 13 ranks. From rank 1 to rank 8, there was not much difference from before. From rank 9 onward, it was no longer as general as before. It was mainly measured by vitality. Including the desperate realm, it was unified into the rank 9 vitality strength to avoid being too complicated. There was a qualitative change in vitality at the top. It seemed like there was no such thing at the Emperor level. However, whether there was a Heavenly King level, this was unknown. Every time there was a qualitative change, it would be complicated. Fang Ping simply did not care about the problem of qualitative change and unified them all. Rank 9 origin, vitality 100,000 to 400,000 calories. Rank 10 desperate realm, vitality 800,000 to 2 million calories. Rank 11 Emperor, vitality 2 million to 4 million calories. Rank 12 Saint, vitality 4 million to 5 million calories. Rank 13 Heavenly King, vitality 5 million calories, unknown. Humans only made a division up to the Heavenly King level. Including the level of the 10 Grotto Heavens Masters, they were also generally classified as Emperor level. The measurement of vitality was also all based on rank 9 vitality. The Heavenly King level was also the current limit of the 3 realms' combat strength. On the human side, currently only the suppressing Heavenly King had such combat strength. There was no need to elaborate further. In this way, the length of the path, the amount of amplification, the strength of the ultimate technique, these were no longer the measurement of the realm. Fang Ping felt that it was best to look at the actual situation. The strength of a martial artist would be revealed on the battlefield. No matter how high the realm was, if an emperor level was not as good as a true god, it was still an illusion. The new division of the realm and the names of the ranks were not only spread among humans, but also spread rapidly to the catacombs. In the past, the martial arts realm names were very messy. True King, True God, Absolute Peak were all names for different times and different races. Fang Ping felt that humans should be the main priority. Whether other forces recognized it or not, it had nothing to do with him. The catacombs cultivated energy force. Fang Ping did not care about it. The strength was different, but the destructive power was still the same. The reason why he introduced this new division of the realm was not just to unify the names of the ranks, but also to increase the influence of humans. Influence in the 3 realms. He realized that the greater the influence of humans, perhaps the easier it would be for humans to walk on the path. As the new division of the realm spread in the 3 realms, at the same time, Fang Ping waited until the system update was completed. This time, the system update did not take too long. It was completed in less than 3 days. Fang Ping hurriedly looked at the updated new system interface. Wealth, 10. 1 billion points vitality. for 139,998 calories, for 139,998 calories. Mentality, 9,999 hertz, 10,455 hertz to 9,999 hertz. Unsevered. Origin, Stage 1, increased 10% plus 30%. Combat techniques, void-piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%. Manic explosion saber, plus 1%. Combat technique combination deduction, 1,000,000 points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point / minute plus aura simulation, 10 points / minute plus origin detailed analysis, 10 to 100 million points / time strength control, 65% ultimate outburst, 409000, cal /629200, cal this time. The interface data changed more. Destruction force, storage space, all these had disappeared. Vitality force had also been directly converted to rank 9 vitality force. The new data had also increased by a lot. Ultimate outburst, the vitality force that was close to 630,000 calories, represented Fong Ping's own limit. The vitality force that was less than 410,000 represented the strongest power that he could unleash now. This time, combat techniques were also clearly recorded. All the combat techniques that Fong Ping had learned were recorded. The percentage in brackets at the back represented the increase in strength that this combat technique could bring to Fong Ping. There were 2 additional items. The first was the deduction of combat techniques, which was actually the way to recombine strength. Strength was measured by vitality, and there were too many ways to recombine. The reason why Fong Ping had not created his own combat techniques was that he did not have that much time to calculate them one by one. Zhang Tao wanted to teach him an antique technique last time, and in the end he gave him 800,000 combinations. Even with that, Fong Ping might not be able to find the most suitable one for himself. That was why Fong Ping did not learn old Zhang's combat techniques at all. They were not reliable. This time, there was actually an additional deduction of combat techniques. Fong Ping was a little surprised. However, after taking a look at the consumption, Fong Ping was speechless. 1,000,000 points going once. It did not seem much, but to him there were so many ways to recombine strength that it was terrifying. Those were permutations and combinations. 100 million points were enough for 100 times. Right now he had 10 billion wealth points, which was enough for 10,000 deductions. If he could not deduce the most suitable one for himself, he would suffer a huge loss. Still, it was better than nothing. The system's deduction might deduce the most suitable combat techniques based on his own situation. It should not deduce some random way to recombine strength. Fong Ping did not look at the combat techniques recombination. His gaze was currently on the origin energy conversion. This was probably the most crucial ability that the system had added this time. In reality, it was not out of Fong Ping's expectations. He had deduced earlier that if the system had a new ability this time, it would most likely be an ability related to the origin. As expected, there was the conversion of origin energy. The destructive energy has disappeared. Don't tell me that I can't even convert the imperishable substance anymore. Fong Ping hurriedly tried it out and found that he could still convert. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The imperishable substance was still very important to him. It was very important to all of mankind. If this function was gone, Fong Ping would go crazy. Now, it seemed that the disappearance of the destructive energy was probably due to his own vitality exceeding the power of the destructive energy, which led to this situation. Does the origin energy have a unit too? 1 cloud? Fong Ping really did not know that the origin energy had a unit of measurement. This was because the martial artists nowadays use the origin energy for their own cultivation. The origin energy was not used in combat either. It was used to consolidate the origin space and open up the origin Dao This thing did not have any lethality. How much is one cloud of origin energy? Fang Ping was a little curious. He tried to convert it. At that moment, a wisp of gray mist appeared in his origin space. The misty object quickly integrated into the origin space. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. When his origin world collided with Qi Huanyu earlier, many cracks appeared on that small piece of land. This one cloud of origin energy actually made up for it a little. Doesn't this mean that next time I don't need the cat fruit to heal the injuries in the origin space? This is good stuff. Fang Ping was very satisfied. Not only that, he tried again and found that when the origin energy integrated into the body of an illusory martial artist in the origin space, the other party's illusory figure actually solidified a little. Interesting. Could it be that I can completely solidify into a human form in the end? That's right, in the cat's world, those fish demons are more solidified, just like real people. They should be condensed from origin energy. The demons I met in the space battlefield before were also condensed from origin energy. This is also helpful for opening up Daos. If these illusory figures solidify, the speed of opening up the path will be faster. Fang Ping was extremely satisfied with the newly added function. After being satisfied, Fang Ping thought of a question. Could he let others use it? If origin energy could be used by others like the imperishable substance, then that would be incredible. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If that was really the case, that rank 9 powerhouse might step into the impasse realm quickly. System, what is it? Fang Ping mumbled. Could it be that this origin energy was like the imperishable substance stolen too? Where was it stolen from? Logically speaking, everyone had their own aura. If this origin energy could be used by others like the imperishable substance, it meant that this was the kind without a source. After reaching 100 billion, will there be new functions? If there is, then it'll be really scary. Right now, the conversion of origin energy had appeared. This was still limited to the scope of Daos. If one day there was a direct increase in the length of the path, then it would be really scary. Fang Ping's thoughts raced, and he quickly put this idea aside. Forget it. At this moment, he needed the system to make himself stronger. Unfortunately, the system appeared with strength control and combat techniques, but there was no plus sign. Fang Ping was a little greedy. Since you appeared, why don't you just give me a plus sign? I can directly control 100% strength and amplify combat techniques. 100%. It'll be a piece of cake for me to kill a true god. My vitality has actually been converted to a rank 9 vitality. This means that some of my consciousness is also affecting the system. That's right. It can even predict danger, so it's normal to be able to sense some changes. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He did not think too deeply about it. He would just ignore what he should ignore. P.S. The main plot has ended. It's not easy to unfold the new plot. The few chapters these 2 days have been a little rough. Chapter 1019. After the system update, Fang Ping naturally wanted to try out the new functions. He was not in a hurry to deduce combat techniques. The source world was a little broken. Fang Ping was a little anxious. His brain core was almost broken. If the source world was not good, he would become a sickly person. Fang Ping also wanted to try. How many clouds of origin energy would it take to repair the broken source world? In the source world, Fang Ping's source world was very small. It could not be compared to Song Mao's cat world. Song Mao's cat world was a circle with an area of 1,000 acres and a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. That was condensed by Song Mao after countless years. Fang Ping's source world could only be considered a submerged reef, a circular submerged reef with a diameter of less than 10 meters. At this moment, this circular submerged reef was covered with cracks. This was the damage caused by the collision between him and Qi Huanyu. Even if Fang Ping consumed the cat fruit, it was not enough and could not be repaired completely. One cloud origin energy, worth 100,000 wealth points. How much would it take to repair or expand the source world and the origin path? As he thought about it, Fang Ping began to convert the origin energy. 10 clouds, 100 clouds after converting, Fang Ping began to repair the source world. This time, it took nearly 1,000 strands of cloud Genesis Chi to completely repair the cracks. The wealth consumed was as high as 100 million points. However, Fang Ping was still a little surprised. 100 million points was worth trillions. Its value was not even as high as the cat fruit. One cat fruit was worth close to 2 trillion. However, the cat fruit also provided origin energy to repair the source space. One cat fruit could probably provide 500 clouds of origin energy at most. At this moment, Fang Ping was somewhat clear about the units of origin energy. One cat fruit is enough to fill up a rank 9 powerhouses source world. This means that a rank 9 martial artist can produce about 500 clouds of origin energy. When it exceeds 500 clouds, it should have the effect of expanding and stabilizing the source world. If I expand, will the consumption be high? Fang Ping looked at his source world that was less than 10 meters in diameter. After thinking about it, he converted the origin energy again and began to expand the source space. This time the consumption was high. His wealth was decreasing continuously. 10 million points, 50 million points, 100 million points. When he had consumed 100 million points, 1,000 clouds of origin energy, Fang Ping realized that his source world seemed to have expanded a little. At this moment, Fang Ping gauged with his eyes. If it was said to be 9 meters in diameter before, it was now 10 meters in diameter. 100 million points. The diameter has increased by 1 meter. In that case, if I spend another 9 billion, I can make the source world reach a diameter of 100 meters. That's not right. When it comes to something like a circle, the further out it goes, the larger the area it expands. Fang Ping shook his head. From 10 meters to 11 meters, it would probably consume more than 100 million wealth points. In other words, if he wanted to reach Tsang Mao's level, forget 100 billion. Even 1 trillion wealth points might not be enough. The ash cat was a little scary. The origin world can be expanded with origin energy. But what about origin Tao? Fang Ping thought for a while and walked to the side. He looked at the path that had been cleared for about 100 meters and infused his origin chi once again. This time, it was a little different. The great Tao only stabilized a little, but it did not spread. That's true. Great Taos need to be established by oneself. But it's actually the same. My origin energy can strengthen these illusory figures, and these illusory figures are currently establishing their Tao essence. This means that with my origin energy, these illusory figures can continuously establish their great Taos. Fang Ping muttered and soon shouted, "Old Zhang, come here!" The next moment, an illusory figure floated over. Fang Ping stared at the illusory figure for a while, chuckling. "Old Zhang, do your hard work. If you insist on coming in, then you'll have to work. Come, I'll help you solidify your body a little and open the path." Fang Ping once again consumed close to 100 clouds of origin energy. Very soon, this illusory old Zheng's body solidified a lot more. The next moment, old Zhang went ahead to open the path. Fang Ping sensed for a while. As expected, the speed was much faster. Previously, when Fang Ping opened up the path, he could open up about 1 meter in a day. But now, Fang Ping sensed for a while. With the help of the new old Zhang, he might be able to open up to 1 meters in a day. Too slow. Fang Ping sighed. At this speed, it would take close to 3 years to open up a 1,000-meter path. 3 years. How could he have 3 years to waste? If word of this got out, it would probably shock the world. Opening up a 1,000-meter path in 3 years? After all, the path was the hardest to open up before 1,000 meters. How many powerhouses stayed below the impasse realm for their entire lives? If everyone could really open up 1 meter a day, They would become an emperor in 30 years and a heavenly king in 300 years. Many people did not see any improvement in their origin path even after many years. Fang Ping was advancing by leaps and bounds now, not only because of the origin energy, but it also meant that he had not reached the end of his path. Otherwise, no matter how much origin energy he had, the path ahead would not change. That's not right. Fake old Zheng's body is slowly fading. Looks like the origin energy is just a consumable. If this goes on, the consumption will be huge. Fang Ping initially wanted to continue to fill in other illusory figures to speed up the opening up of the path. But 100 clouds of origin energy meant that his wealth was as high as 10 million points. 10 million points did not seem to last long. If this went on, he would go bankrupt. But the origin energy can make these illusory figures stronger and speed up the opening up of the path. This is a good thing. The more Fang Ping experimented, the more satisfied he was with the new functions of the system. However, the consumption was also huge. In just a short while, in order to heal his injuries, expand the origin world, and strengthen the illusory figures, he had used up 210 million wealth points. No matter how rich he was, he could not do this. The consumption is too fast, and this feeling is a little familiar. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Previously, when he went from Fang Ping's origin world to Life King's origin world, the feeling of converting origin energy was similar. At that time, the consumption was also frighteningly fast. Could it be that I was born with origin energy at that time? The steel used up so much of my origin energy to open up the path. Fang Ping, this fellow, is he tricking me? Fang Ping thought of Fang Ping. The moment he left, that fellow seemed to feel a little guilty. He had used up a total of 1 billion points in one go. Fang Ping had never seen such a huge consumption. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about Fang Ping. Fang family. Fang Ping was lazily basking in the sun on the lawn. As for the others in the fake sky grave, it could not be bothered with them. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was lying in Cat World and eating the fish head monster, suddenly opened its eyes. Looking at Fang Ping, who appeared in the black swamp, it muttered, "Ah, the liar knows!" Fang Ping shook its head. Its eyes darted around, and it muttered, "It seems that when the liar thinks of me, he can sense it more clearly. Has his origin world expanded?" The origin world was the starting point of all Daos, the extension of the origin world, the extension of all Daos. The bigger the origin world, the higher the overlap with Fang Ping's Dao, the clearer the mutual perception. If one day Fang Ping was like Fang Ping, expanding his origin world to the extent of Fang Ping's, he could also sense other people's kindness and malice toward him. This was the amazing thing about the origin world. Fang Ping was suddenly a little curious. The liar had just entered origin realm. How did he expand his origin world a little? Could it be that the liar had learned to steal origin energy? Fang Ping was curious, its heart itching uncontrollably. It wanted to go and take a look. Fang Ping had used his projection to enter its origin world a few times, so both of them were familiar with each other. Fang Ping was able to contact Fang Ping because of this. Thinking of this, Fang Ping rolled all over the lawn. It was not rolling unconsciously. Very soon, Fang Ping rolled to a place and dug up the lawn. Under the lawn, it used its claws to draw a human silhouette. Fang Ping's silhouette. From here, it could go to Fang Ping's origin world. When it contacted Fang Ping previously, it walked from here. And this was the overlap point that Fang Ping had left in its origin world. Fang Ping's claw scratched. Very soon, a layer of thin film appeared. Fang Ping scratched its head with its claws and muttered, "It's not easy to enter now." In the past, when it contacted Fang Ping, it could enter at will. But now, Fang Ping also had his own origin world. The difficulty had increased. When Fang Ping's strength caught up with Fang Ping's one day, it would be the same as when he looked for Zhang Tao previously. It would be very difficult for Fang Ping to poke through the thin film to look for him. However, the current Fong Ping was still a little lacking. Fong Ping's claws poked a few times. Very soon a small hole was poked. At the same time, Fong Ping, who was still in the origin world, suddenly looked up. The sky was originally dark, but at this moment it seemed like the sky had broken. A faint light came. Fong Ping's heart trembled slightly. His gaze turned toward that direction. At the same time, a smear of black blocked the hole from before. On the other side, Fong Ping also leaned over to peep. One man and one cat. Fong Ping saw Fong Ping, but Fong Ping did not see Fong Ping. He could only see that black eye. He could not even tell that it was an eye. The black color seemed to be alive. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt a little frightened. What was this? On the other side of the sky, Fong Ping's eyes were rolling. The liar was actually in the origin world. His origin world had really become bigger. Fong Ping could even feel the residual origin chi. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly had a thought. His voice changed, becoming like a god, saying majestically, "Mortal! This god is this world's god of creation. You stole this god's origin chi. Return it immediately. Otherwise, I'll shatter your origin world." Below, Fong Ping was still in a daze. When he heard this voice, his whole body suddenly turned cold. The origin world had someone? In the next moment, Fong Ping's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that someone was like him previously, opening up a passage and entering his own origin world? It was the same when he entered the Life King's source world. Was there someone else like him? Steel origin energy. Poof! At this moment, Fong Ping seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the black thing with the hole in the sky and suddenly cursed, "Gray cat? How dare you fool me?" If it wasn't a cat that liked to say, "Poke someone to death," who else could it be? This cat had actually barged into his source world and scared him. Ah, this cat. No, this god is not a cat. No, you know me. Feeling guilty, the cat quickly closed the gap and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping was annoyed and amused at the same time. It really was this guy. This cat could actually find his source world at will. Last time, it was because of the stone tablet that he found the source world of the Life King. How did this cat do it? Was it because he had entered its source world before? Did the green cat communicate with him through the source world? Interesting. The more Fong Ping thought about it, the more he found it interesting. The more he looked at the source world, the more mysterious it seemed. Was this world an illusion, or did it really exist? The path of origin could increase one's strength. Where did this increase in strength come from? Fong Ping thought for a while and quickly shouted, "Gray cat! What's the situation over there now? How are old Zhang and the rest? Did anyone die in battle?" Fong Ping asked one question after another. He knew nothing about the situation inside the trap, so he could only understand it through the cat. In the cat's world, the cat patted its meaty chest with its paw, as if it was still a little scared. It was actually recognized by the scammer who wanted to cheat some origin energy. Did I not disguise well? The cat muttered. Then, hearing Fong Ping's question in the black swamp, it mumbled, "How would I know? Really, I'm not even in there." It was too lazy to reply to Fong Ping. It was a little disappointed that it could not cheat Fong Ping of origin energy. Now that Fong Ping asked something it did not know, of course, it was too lazy to answer Fong Ping. The cat continued to lie on the ground and eat the fish monster, ignoring Fong Ping. It was a little depressed. The scammer had become stronger and the source world had become bigger. It would be difficult to steal the scammer's origin energy next time. "I have to eat the fish monster sparingly," the cat was regretful. What a pity. Otherwise, it could eat a lot of fish monster every day. Now it had to be sparse. Auspicious peace. Fong Ping also retreated from the source space. He could not stay inside forever. If he stayed for too long, the projection would also dissipate. Thinking of the cat staying inside and not leaving once it went to sleep, Fang Ping could not help but be impressed. This cat was really strong. The cat did not reply to him. Fang Ping was a little disappointed. However, the cat still had the time to cheat his origin energy, which meant that the danger should not be too great. Otherwise, the cat would not have the time. The new function has appeared. I should go too. He had stayed in auspicious peace for a few days. Now that everything was done, it was also the time for humans to show their capabilities. Fang Ping could not stay here forever. March 5th, Fang Ping set off, preparing to leave auspicious peace and return to Magic City. This time, many people came to send him off. Zhang Dingnan, Wang Jinyang, and the others had arrived. Wang Jinyang did not go to Magic City this time. Instead, he stayed to guard the Nanjiang catacombs. Today, he also had the ability to guard the catacombs. Fang Ping, I plan to move NMAU from River City to auspicious peace. NMAU was in River City. River City was the provincial capital. In the past, it was not a big problem. Now that the passageway had been open for a period of time, it was inconvenient to come and go. Wang Jinyang had the idea of moving. I have no opinion on this. Fang Ping smiled. However, you guys will be responsible for the funds for the relocation. Don't look for the Department of Education. NMAU has a lot of savings these few years. If you can't do it, ask Governor General Zhang for support. Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh. We still have the funds for the relocation. You don't have to worry about this. As he said that, he added, when you go back this time, I suggest you pass through Sun City. Wang Jinyang hesitated for a moment and glanced at Zhang Dingnan. Zhang Dingnan smiled. He slowed down his pace and did not follow. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, Wang Jinyang said, if your source world wants to integrate with the materialized object, then you should go back to Sun City and take a look. Remember every aura in Sun City. Walk through every place in Sun City. It will be helpful for you. The source world was also a new world, or the prototype of a world. The materialized object is to give life to this world. Your materialized object is Sun City. The more you know about Sun City and the more familiar you are with it, the easier it will be to integrate it. Having said that, Wang Jinyang paused and said, it's best if you can collect some of the Sun City residents' life force origin aura. This way, after the people of Sun City die, they might appear in your source world to help you stabilize your source world and open up the origin Dao. Fang Ping frowned slightly and glanced at him. Wang Jinyang said softly, don't look at me. I'm fine. Heavenly Emperor Zhan still has some remnant consciousness left. Some things flashed in my mind before. It's much better now. This kind of situation almost never happens. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, I understand. Also, Wang Jinyang thought for a while and added, don't neglect the cultivation of mentality. When you reach 10,000 mentality, do you think that other than cloning, there's not much use for anything else? That's right. You're wrong. Wang Jinyang said, the strength of mentality is not reflected in the flesh. In fact, it is reflected in a kind of potential. The origin Dao that you opened up is definitely wider than ordinary martial artists. This is potential, which is the embodiment of mentality. Your source world is firmer and more stable than ordinary people. This is also the embodiment of mentality. When your materialized object fuses into the source world, whether or not the new source world is powerful and stable is also the embodiment of mentality. Therefore, you still have to cultivate mentality. Don't think that mentality is useless. No matter how powerful the golden body is, it can still be destroyed. Similarly, no matter how powerful mentality is, it can also be destroyed. But when both are powerful, then you will be invulnerable. Your mentality can give birth to a physical body with a thought. When your physical body is extremely powerful, you can also give birth to mentality with a thought. Old Wang paused and said, legend has it that extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor is comparable to emperors in combat strength. Then why not call extreme Tao heavenly emperors? Martial artists look at whether their combat strength is powerful or not. Why is there a need to distinguish between emperors and extreme Tao heavenly emperors? Fang Ping was stunned. Wang Jinyang continued and said, extreme Tao heavenly emperors actually have flaws. For example, Annihilation, his mentality is incomparably powerful. He might be able to create an illusory world with a thought. But when his physical body is destroyed by someone, his mentality will weaken continuously, becoming rootless duckweed. Similarly, Tyrant's mentality is not strong enough. When his mentality is destroyed by someone, his physical body will also gradually wither away. If he fights, his vitality is powerful. His explosive power might be extremely strong. But mentality and physical strength are lacking. The weakness is also very obvious. This is extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. While emperors, their combat strength might be comparable to extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors. But put it this way, they're the same as you, able to survive and live longer. Wang Jinyang slowly said, if your combat strength is comparable to Qi Huanyu's, you can definitely outlast him to death. This is the difference between extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors and Emperors. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors can battle sovereigns. But if they can't kill sovereigns within a short time, the one who dies will definitely be extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. Teacher Li had actually demonstrated this point. It was very obvious. He encountered an enemy whose combat strength is comparable to his. If he is unable to take down the other party during the eruption period, then the final death is very likely to be him. Wang Jinyang said softly, therefore, Fang Ping, don't give up on any direction of cultivation. Fleshly body, vitality, mentality, all have to be cultivated to the strongest. Only in this way will you have the chance to become an emperor. If we continue to walk the extreme path, we might not be able to become an emperor. Even if we cultivate to the level of extreme Tao, Heavenly Emperor, we might still die in the end. Presently, although me and Ironhead, they all have the trend of reaching the extreme path, we haven't really walked the extreme path. Fang Ping understood. He previously felt that reaching 10,000 mentality, it seemed like apart from being able to clone, there was not much use. Looking at it now, it was he who thought wrong. His great Tao being able to open 3,000 meters wide had a lot to do with mentality. The source world being able to rival the peak rank 9 Qi Huanyu was also related to mentality. This was the benefit of 9th refinement mentality. Although it was not as powerful and obvious as a golden body, it represented the potential endurance. In that case, people who become emperors must be all-powerful people? That's right. Wang Jinyang said softly, extreme Tao, extreme Tao. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor sounds nice and feels powerful, but actually they're all just a bunch of losers. They can't walk the path of omnipotence and can only blaze another trail, relying on combat power to reign supreme. Hence, if extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor really had a battle with the 9 emperors back then, it's not surprising that extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor died in battle. Maybe they could kill some emperors, but since they died in battle, that means that there must be emperors who did not die. The 4 emperors back then, even if 3 of them reincarnated now, but who won back then in the end. Regardless of whether extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor won or the 9 emperors won, either there's an extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor alive or there's an emperor alive. Old Wang said lightly, if Do is alive, then the emperors might all be dead. If Do is dead, then there might be someone who lives on behalf of the emperors. Fang Ping, understand what I mean? Fang Ping nodded lightly and said with a sigh, got it? Either way, there must be someone alive on both sides. However, do you think there's a possibility of mutual destruction? Old Wang smiled and said, this is the best outcome. If that's really the case, then there's no need to worry about emperors appearing. But mutual destruction, how can there be such a coincidental thing? Just happen to all die out, not a single one spared? Then why don't they appear in the world? Who knows? Old Wang said with a smile, maybe one side all died, trapping the other party on the verge of death. Maybe the injuries of those who are alive are too heavy, such as the earthly sovereign. He's alive, so he secretly guided everything, making a large number of powerhouses die in battle. He's just worried that people will take advantage of him when he's in danger. These are all possibilities. Old Wang pressed his hand down, not giving Fang Ping a chance to speak, and said with a smile, "I'm saying all this not to frighten you, but just to let you understand that in the future, our enemies might be powerhouses of this level. Therefore, if you want to defeat the enemy, you can't give up on any path and become an all-rounder. The injury on your brain nucleus. Think of more ways yourself." Old Wang said rather worriedly, "Once the brain nucleus shatters, you might not die. Maybe you'll lose your memories. Maybe it'll sever your emperor path. No matter which one, it's an unbearable loss. Wanting to mend this kind of injury might not be without a way. Amen." "Yeah." Old Wang's eyes darted around. "Find Mia's brain nucleus. He's a powerhouse who cultivates extreme mentality. If his brain nucleus is still there, the strength of his mentality is unimaginable. His brain nucleus might be even better than War's heart, because War's heart has actually been drained of a lot of energy. Fang Ping, if your brain nucleus really can't take it anymore, then tell us. We'll think of a way to find Mia's brain nucleus." Fang Ping nodded and smiled. "I know. Don't worry, I'm afraid of death, and I don't want to lose my memories and become a new stranger. You guys too. Tell me if there's anything. I also don't want my brother to become War, Mia, and Hegemin." Old Wang nodded and waved at him slightly, indicating that he could go. Fang Ping laughed. He did not ask about going against the origin path because these guys were also confused and did not understand what was going on. They were now trying to go against the origin path, but they did not know if it would work. Fang Ping waved at the people behind him. Under everyone's admiring and envious gazes, he punched a path and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the people who came to send him off felt even more emotional. Too powerful, punching a space path casually. He lived up to his name of being an absolute peak. As for Old Wang, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was he pretending to be? Let's see where this guy will hide and sneak away later. If Fang Ping could punch a path that was 30 to 50 li long, he was considered impressive. He really thought he was old Zhang. Chapter 1020. Sun City. Fang Ping tore space apart and appeared in the sky, panting. "I'm so king tired. I almost got lost. If it wasn't for the sake of convincing the humans that we still have the absolute peak, that I can fight the absolute peak, why would I have to do this?" Fang Ping mumbled to himself, trying to find an excuse. "Yes, I'm doing this for the sake of all mankind. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble? But then again, looking at everyone's worshipping expressions, it feels so good. Back then, I was also envious when I saw those peerless experts crossing 10 million meters in a single step. Now it's their turn to be envious." High in the sky, Fang Ping was talking to himself. Below, Sun City, which used to be a small county, was now flourishing. Photos of Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang could be seen everywhere in Sun City. A hopeless situation. Minister of Tian, chairman of the Human Counterattack Union. The small young city actually produced such a supreme powerhouse. It was unbelievable. Even without Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, Nanjiang's honorary governor, was enough to make Sun City famous. One was 21 and the other was 22. The two of them were Sun City's greatest glory. Yang City Admiral's office. The former commander, by Jin Shan, was no longer in Sun City. A few days ago, when Fang Ping passed by Jin Shan was still serving as the commander here, but he had left now. The current commander of Sun City, Zhang Peng, a person no one expected. Zhang Tao's grandson. The previous rank, 7 powerhouse, had now advanced to rank 8. It was hard to imagine that the commander of a county-level city would have rank 8 strength. But this was the truth. Sun City was also a focal point for all parties. This small county-level city had produced Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. All parties were eyeing Sun City. Even Zhang Dingnan found it hard to suppress them. Therefore, Zhang Tao's grandson was transferred from the military department to Sun City as a commander. It was different from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when Fang Ping was practicing martial arts, there was not even a single middle-ranked martial artist in Sun City. But now, the Yang City Admiral's office was filled with experts. Rank 8 Zhangpeng, 2 rank 7 grandmasters, and a team of middle-ranked martial artists served as Sun City surveillance guards. In the Admiral's manner, Zhangpeng finished his official duties and exhaled lightly. He walked to the window and looked outside the Admiral's manor. He saw the children on the street laughing and the elderly smiling as they passed by. He suddenly felt a little sad. My grandfather, will he come back? Ever since he was young, he did not like people calling him Zhang Tao's grandson. After he became a martial artist, he did not stay in the Ministry of Education's Yuan Army. Instead, he went to the military department. He wanted to break away from the influence of his family and his grandfather. If others were to mention him, they would say that he was Zhang Peng, not He Zheng's grandson. But today, when he achieved the golden body, he suddenly felt how childish his thoughts were back then. He should be proud of being Zhang Tao's grandson, not ashamed. His grandfather, the leader of the human race, had led the peak experts to battle everywhere, killing powerful enemies. Now he was fighting against powerful enemies in a foreign dimension, his life and death unknown. Su Mingyu of Suppressing Star City dared to say that within half a year, the Su clan would definitely send their top experts to rescue them. As for the Li family, they couldn't say such words. Grandpa, Zhang Peng murmured sorrowfully, I'm not as good as Fang Ping. Fang Ping was born in a humble family, but he was recognized by his grandfather. The Zhang family did not think much of it before. But today, before Zhang Tao left, he entrusted Sino Nation to Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, he did not disappoint. He fought in the catacombs, killing thousands of rank 9s and many top experts. This was Sino Nation's leader of this generation. What do you mean by asking me to come to Sun City to be the commander? Zhang Peng murmured. He was a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, stronger than Zhang Dingnan, the governor. Yet he came here to be the commander. This was the old master's suggestion. This was also the first time in all these years that he listened to the old master and came to Sun City. But why did his grandfather ask him to come here to be the commander? Yes, this was Fang Ping's hometown. Everyone was paying attention to it, but he still did not understand. Did he need to keep watch inland? What does Grandpa know? He remembered that when the old master asked him to come here, he smiled as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He did not understand what his grandfather was so proud of. Sigh. A soft sigh was heard. Zhang Peng fell into a daze. Did he still have to keep watch here? His grandfather was in danger. The Li family's Li Yiming had already led troops into the catacombs, waiting for the military order to counterattack. Over at the Nan family, Nan Yunyue's granddaughter had entered the Department of Investigation Services. Recently, she was also tracking the evil sect everywhere. She heard that the evil sect, the divine sect, had attacked humans in the catacombs this time. The girl was also suppressing her anger and preparing for revenge. Only he, the most outstanding third-generation descendant of the Zhang family, was now here as the commander, handling trivial matters all day long. Grandpa said, Wait for what? Zhang Peng sighed again. He wanted to go to the catacombs. If not, he could go to the military department or the heavenly department. Both were good. It was better than staying here. What was the old master thinking? Just as Zhang Peng was thinking about this, his gaze suddenly moved slightly. A strange feeling appeared. He was a rank 8 powerhouse and the strongest powerhouse in Sun City. He was also the only martial artist who sensed something strange. What happened? Zhang Peng was puzzled. Fang Ping was puzzled too. When he came to Sun City before, he did not feel much. He was just a little reluctant to leave his hometown. However, when he came to Sun City today, he seemed to feel something different. In midair, an object materialized out of thin air. Fong Ping hurriedly concealed it with his mentality. Otherwise, the entire Sun City would see an additional Sun City in the sky. It would cause trouble. Old Wang told me to come to Sun City and see more, to walk more, to remember every place, to remember every Sun City citizen's aura. Could it be for other purposes? Fong Ping strolled in the air. Soon he frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he landed on the ground. Even if there were people nearby, they did not seem to see him. It was too easy for Fong Ping, who had desperation mentality, to hide from these ordinary people. The moment he landed on the ground, his object suddenly covered the entire Sun City. Before the others realized anything, it seemed to have overlapped with Sun City. This was also the source of Zhang Peng's strange feeling. A powerhouse's object had merged with the entire Sun City. Strange. What happened? Fong Ping was a little curious. Usually, the object was controlled according to his will. Why would such a change happen today? At this moment, Fong Ping seemed to feel the movements of the entire Sun City. Heartbeats, curses, noises, laughter. The entire Yang City seemed to be clearly reflected in his mind, even though he did not use his spiritual energy to cover it. My object is Sun City. I think I'm also the first martial artist to have a city as an object. Is there something different? Does Old Wang know something? Fong Ping frowned, strolling on the streets. Buns, fresh buns. Vitality pills are on sale. 5,000 yuan for one. You won't lose out or be cheated. Even Fong Juding said it was good when he bought it. Flying shoes. You can fly if you wear it. You can experience the middle-ranked powerhouses' imperial flight in advance. Divine weapon show-off. Minister Fong bought a divine weapon from this shop before. 3,000 yuan for you. All kinds of hawking voices traveled into Fong Ping's ears from all directions. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he dared not call these people scammers. There was no other reason. He seemed to have done a lot of endorsements in the past. Who could remember which products he had endorsed? It was definitely a dark history. It was better not to mention it. Besides, the price did not seem too expensive. Believe it or not, even an idiot would know if a divine weapon could be bought with 3,000 yuan. Sun City has changed too. Fong Ping sighed. The peace of the past was gone. However, such changes were happening all over the world. Once the news of the catacombs invasion spread, humanity was in a precarious situation. Now, everyone was cultivating martial arts. With the recovery of energy, even the poorest families, the elderly and children, could cultivate. Even if they could not cultivate anything, they could still strengthen their bodies. The small city had also come to life. The small Sun City now had a martial arts dojo and a martial arts lecture hall. Every day, there were martial artists explaining martial arts to the residents at the House of Commander's Square, teaching and dispelling doubts. Martial arts had really flourished. Martial artists were no longer just 3 years ago when only wealthy families could become martial artists. Back then, a vitality pill, even an ordinary one, could easily cost 100,000 yuan. How many people could afford it? Now, ordinary vitality pills were almost worthless because of the abundance of energy, even if one did not consume it. Relying on energy to cultivate was not much worse than consuming this. 3 years ago, a vitality of 120 calories could enter a martial arts university. Now, if one did not become an official martial artist, it would be embarrassing to enter a martial arts university. In a short span of less than 3 years, the changes were too great. At this moment, a group of young girls walked by on the street. Fong Ping seemed to know the person leading them. Back then, he seemed to have gone to Magic City with Fong Yuan and watched him participate in the championship. Now, Fong Ping had forgotten what her name was. Fong Yuan entered a martial arts university in advance. Otherwise, she would only be in year 2 now, and then year 3 next. Her classmates had not even graduated high school yet. And this girl already had the strength of a rank 1. Now, leading a group of young girls, she said loudly, "This weekend, which is tomorrow at 2 p.m., Yuan Ping Club will open a combat techniques teaching site to the public. The combat techniques from MCMAU, the combat techniques that Minister Fong has learned before, are infinitely powerful. Everyone is on a first-come, first-served basis. Official martial artists are limited, and we can only teach 100 people at a time. Yuan Ping Club will teach everyone combat techniques for free. The catacombs invasion and martial artists must protect their homes and defend their country. Everyone has a responsibility. Those who dare to fight should devote themselves to martial arts. Practicing martial arts is not to strengthen your body, but to kill your way into the catacombs, kill strong enemies, and raise the prestige of human martial artists. Defeating strong enemies is your responsibility." Yuan Ping Club was founded by Minister Fong's sister, President Fong Yuan. Combat techniques are authentic, not for profit. People of Sun City should practice combat techniques, devote themselves to the catacombs, and raise the prestige of Sun City. Don't embarrass Minister Fong and Governor General Wang. The girl was young, but her speech was impassioned. She said loudly, "Martial arts is hard to cultivate, but no matter how hard it is, we must cultivate it. Absolute powerhouses can fight absolute powerhouses, and we can also fight catacombs martial artists. One person's strength is small, but the strength of everyone is great. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., everyone remember to learn combat techniques. I'd rather not become a martial artist than become a vitality martial artist." As soon as the young girl said this, there were people shouting from all directions, "Go! If it's free, I won't go. The guy from the House of Commanders recruitment office is not a good person. I'm tall and strong, but he said I'm weak and doesn't want me. Otherwise, I'd be killing enemies in the catacombs now. All right, stop bragging. You're already so old. I heard that you sparred with your son last night and got beaten to tears by your son. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? You're the one who got beaten to tears by your son." Everyone roared with laughter, but they all agreed that they would definitely go tomorrow. As these people talked, Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. In his source world, there were a few more shadows. Not only the shadows, but there seemed to be something merging into his source world. It was like a corner of the street. It was very, very small, even easily overlooked. The source world was not big. It was only a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. At this moment, on this small floating island, the corner where Fong Ping was standing appeared in the source world. Fuse! Fong Ping was shocked. He did not know how to fuse the materialized objects into the source world. It was Jiang Kuei who suggested it, but he had returned to Weiyu Mountain now. It seemed like no human knew this kind of cultivation technique. Fong Ping was prepared to ask Jiang Kuei in a few days. He did not expect to start fusing now. Old Wang asked me to go everywhere in Sun City. Is it because he knows about this? One of the extra shadows was the girl who spoke just now, Fong Yuan's former classmate. The moment this shadow appeared in Fong Ping's source space, the girl who spoke just now trembled slightly. In the next moment, her vitality surged. The girl who only had a vitality of slightly more than 150 calories had honed more than 10 bones in an instant. Her vitality had increased by a large margin. The little girl was stunned. She looked around, her face full of confusion. What was going on? Everything was fine. Why did she suddenly hone so many bones? Bone honing was very difficult. Her family was average. Although her energy was much more abundant now, if she wanted to hone more than 10 bones, she still needed to buy pills to help. Who knew that she had honed so many bones just by standing there for a while? What was going on? She was stunned. Fong Ping was stunned too. What the hell? Fong Ping was stunned. What the hell was this? How did this little girl suddenly hone her bones out of nowhere? Fong Ping hurriedly looked at his source space. Then he grimaced. This bone-honing energy seemed to be provided by me. His vitality was too strong. To him, a rank, one martial artist's vitality was not worth mentioning. He seemed to have consumed a little just now. He did not have any reaction at all. But the other party actually increased her strength just like that. One had to know that even a peerless martial artist could not do this kind of method to increase someone's strength out of nowhere. Why is this happening? Fong Ping murmured, not really understanding. When the little girl's apparition entered his source space, Fong Ping also felt it slightly. His source world had stabilized a little, very weak, almost imperceptible. Mutual feedback. Fong Ping did not lose energy for no reason. The little girl was also giving him feedback. What he lost was his vitality, but what he got back was a weak trace of origin chi. Interesting. This is too interesting. Fong Ping could not be more surprised. Back then, when he passed by Sun City, the people from the education department told him that those grandmasters were looking for the hometown of powerhouses like him. There were people who went to Zhang Tao's hometown too. In ancient times, the hometown of some emperors was regarded as a treasure land. At that time, Fong Ping did not think much of it. He thought that these people had nothing better to do. But now, Fong Ping suddenly had a vague feeling. Could it be that ancient emperors could do this too? My materialized object is Sun City. Could it be that those emperors' materialized objects are also my hometown? Or maybe it doesn't have to be Sun City. Anyway, the people in my hometown can reciprocate with me. Fong Ping was shocked. Did old Zhang know about this? He had never heard that old Zhang had this ability. Could it be related to his origin Dao? The people in old Zhang's hometown don't seem particularly powerful. I haven't heard of anyone becoming stronger all of a sudden. What's going on? Fong Ping was dumbfounded. Some ancient powerhouses might know something. Otherwise, these fellows would not have taken some people away when they came to look for their hometown last time. However, they probably only knew a little and could not explain it. Regardless, Fong Ping was still extremely happy. They could actually reciprocate with each other's strength. This kind of reciprocation was not forcefully increasing. Could it be this is the Emperor Dao? Fong Ping suddenly had this thought. I'm not walking the Emperor Dao. No, what is the Emperor Dao? Is old Zhang's converging Dao the Emperor Dao? Is Li Zhan's swordsmanship the Emperor Dao? But old Cat said that they are all walking the Emperor Dao. The Emperor Dao might not be a specific Dao. This is so interesting, Fong Ping murmured. In that case, if he integrated Sun City and threw everyone's virtual images into the origin world, he might become stronger. This kind of reciprocation seemed to be more direct than when he became the minister. This is Sun City. What about the whole of Auspicious Sun, the whole of Nanjiang, the whole of Sino Nation? No, what about the whole world? As he said that, the corner of Fong Ping's mouth suddenly twitched. F***CK, why do I feel that in the end? I'm walking the Emperor Dao. According to the situation, my origin world might turn into an Earth in the future, and there will be countless people on it. What is this? Am I walking the path of the human sovereign? Although there are people in old Zhang's converging Dao, there are not many of them. I'm confused. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. I only wanted to protect some family and friends. How did it become like anyone could come to my origin world? While Fong Ping was in a daze, in the Spirit Emperor Palace, Zhang Tao looked at the pool of water in front of him and murmured, I hope the Spirit Emperor is a beauty and not an old lady. Warlord said lightly, beauty? More like a corpse, a 10,000-year-old corpse. Jiang Tianming. Zhang Tao's face was livid. F***CK. I finally convinced myself, and you're messing with me now? Where's your conscience? I'm dying, can't you just shut up? Warlord pursed his lips and said, without sincerity, stop pretending. I think you can't hold it in any more. Laugh if you want. What's wrong with drinking some bathwater? It can heal your injuries. You can even drink urine. Stop pretending. Zhang Tao's face was livid. That was true, but couldn't he fantasize for a bit? Why did you have to disgust me? As he was scolding, Zhang Tao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly grinned and said, Interesting, interesting. This kid is on the right track. It's worth it for me to risk my life for this kid these 2 years. The emperor, the real emperor, should be born. What? None of your business. Zhang Tao scolded without sincerity, then laughed and said, That kid of mine can bask in some glory. Let's see if he can enter rank 9. If he's lucky, he can get a paragon. The Li family has 2 paragons. The Chen family has 2 too. My Zhang family must have at least 2. Warlord frowned and said, Are you daydreaming? Who in your family can enter the paragon? None of your business. Zhang Tao scolded again, then laughed and said, The human race is going to become stronger. I've said it before. It's okay to be selfish when you're young. People change. It's fine as long as you don't lose anything. As long as you teach, guide, and deceive them well. Cough. Even a rotten log can become a talent. Zhang Tao laughed. A teacup appeared in his hand. He scooped up a cup of clear spring water and drank while saying, When I was young, I never thought that I, Zhang Tao, would one day risk my life to fight for humanity. Sometimes I even admire myself for becoming a king of man. Everyone says I'm a gangster, a disgrace to the paragon, a black-hearted person, but you guys are just jealous. I know what you're thinking. Humans, that's how outstanding people are. They'll shine sooner or later. The key is still to be guided by the person. When the old minister died, he was so shameless. The Ministry of Education was left to me just like that. I wanted to start my own sect and be the king of the mountain for a while, but it didn't work out in the end. He asked me to support 99 martial arts universities. I almost dug his grave. I'm still considered lucky. At least I handed over a strong Sino nation to that kid. I'm just in charge, unlike the old minister. Zhang Tao drank the bathwater and lamented. Oldie said that my emperor path is not authentic enough. I've cultivated it to the point that it's neither here nor there. The emperor path is not the only strong one. If the emperor is strong, the human race is strong. I've become strong, but the human race hasn't. Life King is the same. He cultivated a fake emperor path. If he wants to cultivate it to the authentic level, no one knows how. The ancient emperor and earthly emperor were just for reputation. Old Li only said that it was the emperor's guess. I think it's going to become a reality. Warlord was going crazy. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Why are you talking about these things out of nowhere? Zhang Tao ignored him and said with a smile, As for me, I'm willing to die now. But I'll have to get rid of some powerhouses to buy time for that kid. Speaking of which, it's my good eye for heroes. Zhang Tao boasted again and said with a smile, The first time I saw this kid, I knew he wasn't a good person. He's a little like me when I was young. Warlord was speechless. Are you praising yourself or scolding yourself? In this day and age, it's not enough to be a good person. Can Li Zhen and the rest of the idiots save humanity? No way. We still have to rely on those who are bad to our enemies and good to our own to save humanity. Wang Jinyang is calm enough, but that's not enough. He lacks passion and impulsiveness. In times of peace, he can be a leader, but in times of war, he's a little lacking. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, and the rest, I originally considered them. But these cowards only think about defending the past. I've never heard these cowards talk about going to the catacombs and defeating them. Even if you're not as good as the catacombs, you have to have this thought. Without this thought, you're still defending the past. That kid, he's interesting. A low rank wants to be a vice-chancellor. A middle rank wants to be a minister. One school to suppress one catacombs, and he really did it. I like this kind of person. Even if he's bragging boldly. Zhang Tao was all smiles as he said, The facts have proven that my thinking is correct. My foresight is also sharp. Old man, just watch. After a few years, We humans will be so strong that you'll be proud of us. Luckily, we left Purple Cat Mountain. Warlord's expression was dark. He wanted to kill someone now. He wanted to kill this shameless bastard. He used to call Senior Warlord by his name, and then he became an old man. You shameless bastard. How did you survive until now? Zhang Tao seemed to read his mind and said slowly, when I was a coward, of course I wouldn't do this. Now that I'm strong, what's wrong with me calling you an old man? You're still not convinced? You, Warlord, was furious. He suddenly humphed and said, I wonder if Emperor Spirit had the habit of defecating when he bathed. Zhang Tao almost kicked him to death. You old and scrupulous thing. Your emperor is still doing this. Warlord was smug. Show off all you want. P.S. Tomorrow is Roundface's birthday. Everyone like it. Chapter 10:21. That day, strange things happened one after another in Yang City. Someone had reached the heavens in a single bound. At least compared to ordinary people, it was really a step to the heavens. A butcher selling pork in the market, without taking any pills, without anyone to protect him, had become a rank, one martial artist out of thin air. Rank, one martial artists were not worth mentioning in the current Sino nation. The number of Sino nation martial artists had reached as high as 5 million. However, a man in his 40s who was illiterate had become a martial arts practitioner, just like that? How could a person who could not even recognize all the meridians become a martial artist? That was not all. There was also a rank 3 martial artist who had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. He also suddenly advanced to rank 4 and built the Celestial Bridge without taking any pills. Sun City was a county-level city. Although it was not big, it was still a county-level city in the central region with a population of several 100,000. There were hundreds of thousands of people, so it wasn't a big deal for a few of them to mutate. The changes were in the middle and lower echelons, so the impact wasn't too great. But gradually, this strange change seemed to be spreading. The Admiral's office. Zhang Peng felt that something was amiss. A rank 8 powerhouses mentality could cover a radius of several thousand meters. At this moment, Zhang Peng furrowed his brows as he continued to investigate. From the beginning, he had felt that something was wrong with Sun City. The energy seemed to be increasing in density. First, it was a corner of the street, then a whole street. It seemed to have connected with something and opened up a passageway. Energy began to fill every corner of Yang City. Although Earth had entered the stage of energy recovery in the past few days, it was all near the catacombs passageway. For example, cities like Magic City and Auspicious Peace had a very high energy concentration now. However, although Sun City was close to Auspicious Peace City, it was still quite a distance away, and there was not enough energy at the moment. However, at that moment, the energy in Yang City was probably almost catching up to that of Auspicious Peace City. Is there really something mysterious about Sun City? Zhang Peng had a strange feeling. 2 of the young leaders walked out from the crowd. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang. Even though he was a descendant of a martial king, he had to admit that these people could suppress the 3 realms. They were monstrous to the point of making others feel despair. However, Sun City was Sun City and they were them. It was not that Sun City was unexplored. On the contrary, Sun City had been explored by countless powerhouses. When Zhang Peng arrived at Sun City, not only did he thoroughly investigate the place, but he also investigated Fang Ping's hometown, Wang Jinyang's hometown, Sun City No. 1 high school. He had done a detailed investigation of these places, but he didn't find anything different. But now, what happened to Sun City? Zhang Peng didn't understand. Meanwhile, Sun City, West District, in a martial arts dojo. Several martial artists were communicating with others on the phone. Uncle Master Jade Mirage, the spiritual chi in Sun City, is changing and getting stronger. The density is getting higher and higher. A few of them hurriedly reported. On the other end of the line, Yu Shizi, who was in Shanghai, hurriedly flipped through the ancient book in his hands and mumbled, As expected, there are records in the ancient books of the heavenly realm that when a powerful being appears, when a person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Legend has it that when one of the 9 emperors became an emperor, the land of the hidden dragon turned into a fairyland in one day. But how could it be so fast? I thought it would be the hometown of the martial king, the land of hidden dragons, but it really is Yang City. Fangping? Wang Jinyang? Don't move. At this moment, Jade Hollow Child warned, cultivate in peace. I'll head over immediately. This is the land of the hidden dragon, the Almighty's dojo. The human world is now Fangping's home field. Don't blame me for not warning you if you get killed. With that, he hung up the phone. The next moment, a drop of blood was forced out of Jade Hollow Child's fingertip, and it turned into a water screen. Go look for Elder Yu Ping quickly. On the other side of the water screen, a young man in an ancient costume dared not delay and quickly went to look for her. After a while, a middle-aged woman who looked like a Taoist nun said in a low voice, Jade Hollow, what happened? Elder, there's a change in Yang City. Jade Hollow Child said with a strange expression, Martial King, Hell King, Polaris, Moon King, Spear King. We have people in the vicinity of these people's hometowns, but there hasn't been the phenomenon mentioned in the ancient book. But today there's a change in Yang City. Spirit Qi is recovering rapidly. I suspect that the human world is going to have a powerhouse again. The ancient book's records were also ambiguous. It only said that there was a powerhouse who achieved Tao, and his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven. The dojo turned into a fairyland in one day. It was said to be one of the 9 emperors, but whether it was specifically or not was only the speculation of later generations. The ancient book had long been damaged. Most of it was Yulong Tian's own judgment. Facing each other in the mirror, Elder Yu Ping's expression changed slightly. The human world was going to have a powerhouse again. Now, Heavenly Emperor Yulong had gone to the Sky Cemetery and had yet to return. Yulong Tian only had her a true god to keep watch. He dared not leave without permission. Soon, Yu Ping said in a low voice, I'll summon 109th generation disciples to the human world immediately. Jade Hollow, bring these 100 people to Yang City. Also, the Heavenly Emperor went to the Sky Cemetery. I don't know when he'll return. Now that they have a near-emperor powerhouse like the Hell King, you've also joined forces with Fang Ping and the others to kill enemies in the God's Cemetery. Take this opportunity to get close to Fang Ping and see if you can discover anything. Achieve Tao. What Tao? The ancient book said it was to become an emperor. In this era, no one could become an emperor. It was also impossible for anyone to become an emperor in the human world. Fang Ping, the strongest in Yang City, was only a half-step paragon now. Could it be caused by Fang Ping achieving the paragon? However, if he achieved the paragon, Fang Ping would bring such a huge change to Yang City. This person was too scary. Thinking of this, Yu Ping suddenly said, investigate again. See if the last path is in Yang City. Maybe the passageway is about to open, and that's why Spirit Qi is recovering. As soon as this was said, Jade Hollow Child was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, that's true. Jade Hollow neglected that there's still a passageway in the human world that hasn't opened. Maybe it's in Yang City. Jade Hollow Child will go to Yang City immediately to investigate. Jade Hollow Child thought about it and felt that it made sense. If there was a passageway adjacent to Yang City, then the sudden change in Spirit Qi could be explained. Yulong Tian sensed that something was wrong. The other grandmasters who worked with humans also had people active in the human world. Soon, they also noticed these changes. Not only them, but the Sino Nation government also received the news. Weiyu Mountain and Xuanda Grotto Heaven also received news. Sun City's energy was recovering. Moreover, the speed was very fast. Now, it was close to the energy concentration of the cities near the catacombs passageway. Not only that, some people were affected by the energy recovery and broke through their realms. Now, it was not just those powerhouses who were interested. All the martial artists who received the news rushed to Yang City, one after another. Every time the energy recovery happened, there would be some impact. If a martial artist had a bottleneck, it was actually very easy to break through it this time. In the past, the passageway was not open many times, so the impact was not too obvious. Moreover, there were not many martial artists, so everyone's perception was not too obvious. However, a few years ago, when the Nanjiang passageway opened, the energy explosion that time allowed many people to improve rapidly. Now, the energy recovery in Sun City might create some powerhouses and help people break through their bottlenecks. Powerhouses from all sides rushed here one after another. However, those who took cars, those who took planes, those who took flight were few. Nowadays, flight in Sino Nation required the Heaven Department to issue a flight permit. Flight was not allowed unless there was a war. This was also a new rule set by Fong Ping. Now, venerable emperors and paragons had entered the heavenly cemetery. On the surface, Fong Ping was the only paragon in Sino Nation. No matter how anxious they were, no one dared to violate Fong Ping's new rule at this time. Everyone was rushing to Sun City. Fong Ping, however, was still strolling in the streets and alleys of Sun City. His face was full of surprise. At this moment, his source world was getting bigger and bigger. The changes were huge. There was an additional broken mini-city, many more shadows, and even some flowers and plants appeared in the source world. As for those shadows, Fong Ping initially thought that they were people who worshipped him. They could all be projected. Soon, he realized something was wrong. There seemed to be specific requirements for these shadows to appear in his source world. First, his willpower must be strong. Second, he must be loyal to humans. Some people were not strong enough, very weak, just ordinary people. However, they were projected into their source world. For example, when that butcher was chopping meat, he suddenly growled and wanted to go to the catacombs to kill the enemy. At this moment, his projection entered Fong Ping's source world. Is it a kind of recognition of ideals? Fong Ping murmured. He understood a little. Perhaps it was related to his own ideas, to his own Tao. When he opened up his Tao, he thought about protecting his family, protecting his friends, pitying those compatriots who died in battle for the survival of mankind, and longing for those humans who were willing to fight for mankind to live a better life. Therefore, his Tao should not be as simple as he thought in the beginning, just to protect a few people. The thoughts in his subconscious also appeared in his Tao. Butcher might not admire Fong Ping. He was too far away from Fong Ping. But in his heart, Butcher wanted to go to battle and kill the enemy. This was a kind of recognition of ideals. I see. Fong Ping's eyes were bright. This was good news. Otherwise, if anyone could come to his projection and become stronger, then it would be fine for the enemy to come to Sun City too, right? Now, it seemed that it was not the case. There were so many people in Sun City. There were also people who were stronger than those people. But not everyone could be projected in. Fong Ping chuckled. In that case, I'm a more picky person. Not everyone is willing to protect. Then I shouldn't be considered the Emperor Tao, right? He was only willing to protect those who were worthy of being protected. In Fong Ping's understanding, the Emperor was for the sake of all mankind. And he, Fong Ping, had his own standards. Is it also a kind of mutated Emperor Tao? Fong Ping whispered. Zhang Tao and the rest were all cultivating the Emperor Tao. They were all different. As for himself, he should also be one of the mutated Emperor Tao. Of course, it felt more impressive than old Zhang and the rest. He could actually reciprocate with those people. In just a short while, Fong Ping's source world projection increased by 100. As for the origin chi that was reciprocated to him, Fong Ping roughly estimated that it was not low. 10 ordinary people could probably reciprocate to him 1 cloud. 1 rank, 1 martial artist, almost 1 cloud. Rank, 2 martial artists, almost 5 clouds. Rank, 3 would have about 10 clouds. Fong Ping had not accepted any higher ones yet. However, 1 cloud of origin chi was worth 100,000 wealth points. That was 1 billion. Simply put, an ordinary person could provide Fong Ping with 100 million wealth points. And what Fong Ping paid was only his vitality, which was less than 100 calories. 100 calories vitality required 100 wealth points to recover. With this conversion, Fong Ping almost swallowed his saliva, a profit of 1,000 times. The key point was not just this, there was also the other party's increase in strength and the stability of Fong Ping's source world. He realized that the more projections there were, the more stable it was. Moreover, it was still expanding slowly, and this did not even include the additional consumption of origin qi. He had earned big. This Tao was too awesome. Huge profits with little capital. For the first time, Fong Ping realized that his object of conjuring Sun City had such great benefits. If Sun City is like this, what about other places? At this moment, Fong Ping vaguely understood that he could do it in Sun City, but it did not mean that he could do it in other places, unless his object of conjuring also expanded to include other places. A long time ago, Fong Ping had wanted to expand the object of conjuring, but he never had the time nor the financial resources. Expanding the object of conjuring consumed too much. For the past few years, he did not have the time to fill Sun City. However, Fong Ping felt that it was better not to fill it. Sun City had merged with the source world, so it did not seem like it needed to be filled anymore. Now, origin qi was replenishing Sun City. This is interesting. With more projections, my speed of opening up the path is faster. Although the consumption of origin qi is higher, it means that there are more people helping me. It's just paying more wages, but the efficiency is up. Previously, he spent 100 cloud origin qi to upgrade Old Zhang. As a result, the speed of opening up the path went from 1 meter per day to about 1 meters per day. Now he projected about 100 people. Fong Ping realized that his speed of opening up the path was about 2 meters per day now. This is a great thing that's huge profits, with little capital. No, I have to continue staying here for a while. I have to open up at least 10 meters per day, 1 or 2 meters per day. This speed was really unbearable for Fong Ping. It was only a few hundred meters per year. Was that useful? If he could open up 10 meters per day, then he could advance a stage in 10 days. Even Fong Ping felt that this speed was slow. 100 people only increased the efficiency by 0. 1 meters. 1 meter is 1,000 people. 10 meters is at least 10,000 people. However, it should be related to the strength of these people. If there are more powerhouses, maybe it will be faster. Can outsiders integrate into Sun City? Fong Ping was not sure. He also did not know if the people projected earlier were Sun City locals. Maybe there would be such a restriction. Otherwise, Fong Ping felt that if an army was mobilized, he might be able to produce 1 million projections today. Martial artists and ordinary soldiers in the army might not be willing to fight for the country and the people, but 99% of them, since they were willing to join the army at this time, had this thought. Fong Ping felt that these people could all enter his source world. 1 million people. Maybe he could open up 100 meters that day. There should be a geographical restriction, or maybe my materialization is restricting it. Old Wang asked me to remember everyone's life origin in Sun City. Even if I don't need to be a local, I need to at least live in Sun City for a few years. Or the kind that has a lot to do with Sun City? Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. This seemed a little different from the projections that appeared before. Old Wang was there before, but there did not seem to be such a feedback. Should I call Old Wang over and ask him to do it again? Fong Ping thought to himself. He took a look at his own data again. There was something strange. The data had changed. Wealth, 9 billion points vitality, for 140,080 calories, for 140,080 calories. Mentality, 10,000 hertz, 10,455 hertz to 10,000 hertz. Shave origin, longitudinal 101 meters, increase 10, 1%. Horizontal 3,005 meters, increase 35%. Combat techniques. Void piercing sword art, plus 3%. Manic explosion saber, plus 1%. Combat technique combination deduction. 1 million points / time origin energy conversion. 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield. 1 point / minute plus aura simulation. 10 points / minute plus origin detailed. Analysis. 10 to 100 million points / time strength control. 65% limit outburst. For 109,500 cal / 63000 cal, the origin vertical and horizontal has been broken down in detail. Moreover, the origin has improved. My mentality has cultivated to 10,000 hertz again, and my vitality has broken through 440,000 calories. In this short period of time, his strength had increased. Of course, it was very weak. The overall increase was not considered too high. Previously, his limit was more than 629,200 calories. Now it was 630,000 calories. It had increased by about 700 to 800 cal. But the key thing was it did not take long. Moreover, this was continuous. These projections were still continuing to open up the path. His overall efficiency had increased. This is too amazing. Fang Ping suddenly boasted. I'm too amazing. When I first materialized Sun City, I didn't expect it to be so amazing. I also didn't expect the origin Tao that I walked out of would be so amazing. As expected, geniuses are different from the rest. His materialization at rank 7 and his origin Tao at rank 9 complemented each other. That was why this scene had happened. What did this mean? It meant that he started from rank 7, no, rank 6. He had a materialization at rank 6. From rank 6 onward, he was destined to be the savior of mankind. Back then, Ironhead and the rest were full of admiration. They thought that I cared about mankind's safety. I didn't believe it myself before. Turns out that I, the great me, didn't care. I really loved the whole world. Fang Ping was too emotional. He was too emotional. Ironhead and the rest did not think wrong back then. He thought they were stupid. Now it seemed that it was just his boundless love. He did not care too much about these false reputations and mistakenly thought that he was selfish. In reality, I, Fang Ping, had always been selfless. Turns out that since then, I was destined to become the leader of mankind. Old Zhang has a good eye, but it also has something to do with me being too outstanding. If I'm too outstanding, I can't be stopped. Fang Ping lamented as he continued to stroll around the small city. Soon, Fang Ping touched his chin. This won't do. This speed is too slow. I have to change the method. I have to get someone to pump me up and get everyone excited. But why do I feel like I'm doing a pyramid scheme? Fang Ping mumbled. He realized that the higher everyone's emotions were, the more agitated and excited they were, the easier it was for them to be projected into the source world. That chubby classmate from before was like that. He was projected in just a few sentences as if he was pumped up. I'll pump everyone up first. Then I'll show up and bluff. No, advertise a little. Maybe it'll be settled in no time. Fang Ping thought of a good idea. Without delay, he gave Wu Quishan a call. Once the call went through, he said, arrange for someone from the publicity department to come to Sun City immediately. Tell everyone that protecting the country and resisting the catacombs invasion is everyone's responsibility. Do something hot-blooded. On the other side of the phone, Wu Quishan was speechless for a long time. Soon he said, what the hell are you doing? Sun City's energy is recovering. I've already received the news. Now, all the departments are a little nervous. They're worried that the last passageway is over there. They're more worried that once the passageway is activated, the world wall will shatter. Is it the passageway's problem or yours? All 108 passageways were activated. If the celestial and human world wall was shattered, chaos would descend. Now, all the departments were dying of anxiety. They only knew that Fang Ping was in Sun City. Otherwise, a large number of powerhouses would have rushed over. It's not a tunnel. Fong Ping opened his mouth and said, "Now that you mention this, I remember something. The next time I go to the catacombs, I'll go to the last unopened outland to take a look. I'll see where the last passageway is. It's useless to know where it is. We have to open the last one. You have to confirm when the passageway will be opened. That is the key." It was useless to defend the last passage. What they needed now was time. "All right, I'll go take a look then." As Fong Ping said that, he continued, "Quick, arrange for a talkative guy to come. Someone who can liven up the atmosphere. I have a problem, a very big problem. By the way, old Wu." Wu Quishan was stunned for a moment. Then he cursed. "You used to call me headmaster. I don't even want to talk about you calling me department head. But now you're calling me old Wu." Fong Ping said casually, "I call him old Zhang too." "Don't you always call me old Zhang too?" "That's behind my back." "It's the same. It's different." Wu Quishan was furious. "How could it be the same? You can call me whatever you want behind my back, kid. But you can't call me old Wu in front of me." Fong Ping said perfunctorily, all right, Department Head Wu. Now, please arrange for a few talkative guys to come to Sun City." "Really? You're fussing over such a small matter. You're not magnanimous at all. No wonder you haven't entered the pinnacle yet." Fong Ping's words pierced through Wu Quishan's heart, shattering it. What did he mean by not entering the pinnacle yet? After Wu Chuan left, he became the benchmark? How old was he? Among those who had reached the pinnacle now, was there anyone younger than him? Just as he was thinking, he thought of Fong Ping. This guy was not at the pinnacle yet, but he might be soon. He looked dejected. If it was someone else who pricked him, he could still retort. Now that Fong Ping had said it, he could not say anything. He said weakly, "Wait for me. I'll arrange for someone to go over right away." "All right. By the way, old Wu, Department Head Wu, how far can you walk on Origin Path every day?" 3 to 5 meters, I guess." Fong Ping was dazed. With an embarrassed look, he quickly hung up the phone. It couldn't be. That fast? I thought I was awesome. I wanted to pretend, but I was dealt a blow. Meanwhile, Department of Education. The department head's office. Wu Quishan was hung up. He said angrily, "You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. What are you trying to show off now? Walking 3 to 5 meters a month isn't considered short, right? By the way, did this kid say every month?" It sounded like every day to him. But who would calculate origin paths based on days? If he calculated it based on a month, it was already considered terrifying. Those old antiques might even calculate it based on 100 years. 3 to 5 meters a month. I'm probably not as good as this kid, but I'm not bad either. This was a normal speed. Once a great battle started, or with some inspiration, one could reach the sky in a single bound. He did not count this. Therefore, this speed was very, very fast. As for what Fong Ping said every day, he really did not care too much. Who would check how strong their origin path was every day. Little did he know that Fong Ping was so shocked that he started to wonder if he was thinking too much. Was he not that powerful? Old Wu walked 100 meters a month. Fong Ping really did not think too much about it. Old Wu had just entered rank 9 not long ago. Chapter 10:22. The people from the publicity department arrived quickly. When they arrived, many powerhouses from all sides had also arrived. However, these people looked around and found that other than the higher energy concentration, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. As for those rank 1 and 2 martial artists who had broken through, these people also checked but found no abnormalities, as if they were just lucky to break through. At this moment, the whole of Sun City was boiling. There were all kinds of rumors. Did you hear? Li Huzi from the neighboring community suddenly became enlightened today and cultivated to become a martial artist. I heard that many people became martial artists today. Everyone said that Minister Fong became a martial artist. There's dragon aura here in Sun City. They breathed in the dragon aura and became martial artists. Is that so? Then I have to go to Minister Fang's hometown to take a look. You? Forget it. Grandmasters have surrounded that place now. There are many grandmasters there now. No way. I should have gone earlier. Did you hear? There's a huge dragon-shaped mineral vein under Sun City. Today, the huge mineral turned into a dragon. When it left, it breathed out dragon aura. The dragon went to find Minister Fang. Did you know? Sun City used to be the celestial realm of the three realms. Minister Fang is the reincarnation of the celestial emperor. We were all generals of the celestial realm back then. We're starting to recover now. That was how the rumors spread. Soon, Sun City became the ruins of the celestial realm. As for Fang Ping, he was the reincarnation of the celestial emperor. Of course, these people did not know who the celestial emperor was. However, the name was domineering. On the government side, these days, in order to stimulate the people's desire for martial arts, the publicity work was not done for nothing. Soon, all kinds of publicity videos and pictures appeared on the streets and alleys of Sun City. Although the catacombs could not shoot videos, it did not prevent humans from finding people to film and perform. The catacombs' martial artists broke into the city. Human martial artists fought a bloody battle. Many soldiers died in battle and were buried in foreign lands. God knew how many women cried watching the scene. Many men cried watching it too. Fang Ping did not think there was anything wrong with it. These were all real wars. Some of the more tragic wars were not publicized at all. Over the years, there had been many tragic battles. During the Battle of Donglin's catacombs that year, there were countless casualties. The catacombs broke through the city and almost massacred all the soldiers and martial artists in the catacombs. Fang Ping could still remember Qin Jiaxing's entire family. Other than him, everyone else died in battle. Before Zhang Tao and the others reached the apex, it was much more tragic in the past. All the relatives of Tianmu and the others had died in battle during those years. In this Battle of the Pinnacle, there were close to 100 experts who died in battle. This was something that was rarely revealed to the public. During Fang Ping's Gaokao, there was a battle in the catacombs in Tiannan. No one knew how many reinforcements had died in battle. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's previous president had died in Tiannan. Now, Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to use the war dead as propaganda and guidance. For those who had not experienced the Catacombs War, no matter how fierce the catacombs were, they might not be able to understand. However, through videos, short films, and pictures, some people's hot-blooded hearts were more or less aroused. As the promotion progressed, more and more figures appeared in Fang Ping's source world. There were quite a number of youngsters. Fang Ping lamented. Sure enough, young people were hot-blooded. In the end, as soon as these people entered, their strength increased. This instantly caused a chain reaction. Even if some people thought that if the sky fell, there would be tall people to protect them. At this moment, they also felt a little hot-blooded. To the catacombs, to join the army, to join the war. Martial artists became stronger through battles. Martial arts must fight. This was what all martial artists said. However, they might not understand it, even if they heard it. At this moment, these people understood a little. At the same time, all the publicity points were packed with people. Some of the grandmasters looked around and frowned. Jade Hollow Child watched as an ordinary person beside him had his vitality boiling in the blink of an eye. Although he did not advance to a martial artist, his vitality had reached about 150 calories in an instant. This was also the peak of one's honing. How can this be? Willpower? Could it be related to the origin of Taoism? Has the origin of Taoism in the human world become easier to contact? Willpower was something that could only be considered after reaching rank 9. Now that these ordinary people were like this, perhaps the human world's Taoism had appeared, and it was easier to sense. Not far away, the grandmasters from Black Light and the few other families were also surprised. Some even wanted to capture a few people who suddenly became stronger for research, but they quickly dispelled this idea. It was okay to do it in secret. If they did it in Sun City, Fong Ping could chase them to death. Most of these people had participated in the war with Fong Ping, fought in the king's battleground. They knew how ruthless Fong Ping was. The number of true gods he killed was not just 1 or 2. The rank 9s who died in Fong Ping's hands were uncountable. They were afraid, but some people were not. At this moment, there were people in the crowd who were ready to make a move. They wanted to research. What was going on? At the center of the square outside the House of Commanders. At this moment, many people had gathered. At the outermost area, a few men looked indifferent, a little out of place with the hot-blooded crowd around them. A few people looked at each other, looking at the people who were becoming stronger. Their eyes moved slightly. Missionary, Sun City's commander, is Zhang Peng, the grandson of the martial king. He has the strength of a rank 8 golden body, but he has just reached the second stage of a rank 8 golden body. The other 2 generals of Sun City are both rank 7. However, there are many grandmasters gathered here now. Jade Sky's Jade Hollow is here. Black Light Su Bing is here, and Guanming's Prince Hongji is here too. A few of them secretly transmitted their voices. The man who was called missionary was tall and burly. In the past, evil sects were suppressed in Sino Nation. Missionaries were only rank 2 and 3 martial artists. Now, this missionary transmitted his voice. Zhang Peng and the rest are nothing to worry about. Jade Hollow and the rest are not weak. But I think they won't dare to make an enemy out of the divine sect by kidnapping a few ordinary mortals. As the missionary said, he transmitted his voice again. I just don't want to make a big fuss now. It's easy to get into trouble. But if we don't make a move now, I'm worried that these people will be taken away by Sino Nation's departments soon. He had already seen Sun City's detective guards communicating with the people who had become stronger. It looked like they were going to gather and take them away. Sino Nation was not stupid. If these people suddenly became stronger, it might attract attention from all sides, and they would attack secretly. If that was the case, of course, they had to strengthen their protection. At least before they figured out how they had become stronger, all sides would be interested in them. However, there were many people who suddenly had a breakthrough now. Sun City did not have enough manpower. At this moment, a man picked up the phone. After listening for a while, he said, "Quickly, missionary Auspicious Peace's army is setting off from Rising Sun City. A large number of Nanjiang powerhouses are rushing here." This time the missionary frowned. He was very strong. However, once the Sino Nation army arrived, although there were not many powerhouses in Nanjiang's military department, once they were entangled, they would be killed by Sino Nation's reinforcements. Sino Nation was not without powerhouses. If they did not make a move now, those who had become stronger might be taken away by the military department soon. When that time came, they might not have the chance to study them anymore. The divine sect was also very interested in the changes in Sun City. They had been searching for half a day now, but they could not find the source. The only clue they had was these people who had become stronger. The missionary felt that there must be something special about these people. Looking around, the missionary saw Jade Hollow, Hongji, and the rest. Meanwhile, on the Sino Nation side, Zhang Peng was also standing on top of the House of Governors building, looking around. It seemed like he was also guarding against some powerhouses causing trouble. He was the grandson of King Wu, a rank 8 golden body. Jade Hollow and the rest could move around in Sino Nation's territory because they were being watched. If they did not want to completely fall out with Earth, they probably would not dare to make a move now. With King Wu's grandson overseeing things, it was enough to suppress all sides. The missionary was conflicted. Was it worth exposing himself now? For a few mortals? But this was very important. Sun City was not an ordinary place. It was fine if it was an ordinary place, but Sun City had Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang. Both of them were important figures passed down by the divine sect. Such a problem had appeared in their hometown. It was very important. On the divine sect's side, the new Grand Pope had taken office. He also urgently needed to prove something and show his existence. Although it was safe to make arrangements in secret, how could he attract new followers to join? Maybe, I can show my strength. But the divine sect should be more gentle this time, he thought of the new Grand Pope's words. There was no need to blindly kill humans. Perhaps it was better to be gentle. According to the Grand Pope, the previous Grand Pope was a good-for-nothing. With the divine sect's strength, influence, and ability, if they gave some benefits and showed some strength, perhaps the divine sect would have long become the only religion on earth. Take a few people away and intimidate Zhangpeng. After a few days, find the reason why they became stronger, make them stronger, and send them back. With the Sino-nation government's attitude, they won't kill them directly. And these people will be the divine sect's best publicity. This missionary was slightly moved at this moment. Next, perhaps he could follow this plan. Secretly nurturing a group of ordinary people, making them the target of publicity and display. They did not need to kill people, did not need to know combat techniques. Even if it was just to forcefully raise them to rank 5 or 6, or even higher ranks that would definitely attract countless people to join the divine sect. Which martial artist would despise their own strength for being too low? This might be the best way for the divine sect to develop. In the past, when King Wu and the others were around, their spiritual consciousness covered half of Sino Nation. The divine sect dared not act rashly. But now, don't tell me we have to rely on Fang Ping to cover our spiritual consciousness? Although Li Zhen did not go in, he was recuperating. The new Grand Pope also said that there was no need to worry about Li Zhen. As for Fang Ping, it was said that his strength was not at the apex. He was only at the quasi-apex. Did the other party have the ability to cover Sino Nation? Forget Sino Nation. They could not even cover Magic City. The more he thought about it, the more Missionary felt that it was time for him to make a move. He could not wait for the Sino Nation army to come and take these people away. Listen to the order. Missionary's mentality fluctuated, transmitting his voice to the others. He was a rank 9 powerhouse, and he had not just entered it. He had also walked a distance on the origin path. The others all had rank 7 or 8 strength. This time, the divine sect made a comeback, and there were many powerhouses who came, other than the true God-level Grand Pope. There were more than 50 high-ranked powerhouses. Among these people, some were from the divine sect headquarters, and some were martial artists who had stayed behind and dared not show their faces. This time, there was a change in Sun City. He was the closest to this place, and soon he brought a few high-ranked powerhouses to investigate. As for whether Jade Hollow and the rest had discovered him, he did not care too much. He had the spiritual consciousness barrier given to him by the Grand Pope. Unless the other party had the Grand Pope's strength, it would be difficult for them to notice his abnormality. If he made a move later, once the divine sect's name was announced, these fellows would probably not dare to make a move. Missionary thought and said quickly, "Later, I will stop Zhang Peng and the rest. You guys abduct some mortals who have enhanced their strength and retreat quickly. Remember, don't kill too many people. This time, the divine sect has reappeared in the world, combining strength and gentleness. If you kill too much, it will only make the mortals in the world afraid." "Yes, sir." The few of them responded one after another. At the same time they responded. Not far away, Fang Ping stared at them, sighing. He rubbed his chin. Were they sending him a pillow when he was sleepy? He was just thinking about how to look cooler when he showed up later. Now they were coming to him. Don't ask him how he found out. Right now, Fang Ping felt like he could do anything in the Sun City area. His mentality was strong to begin with. 10,000 was the symbol of the top. Even if it was not as good as the new Grand Pope, it was still on the same level. This person could hide from Jade Hollow, but not from him. Interesting. The evil sect is starting to learn how to be gentle. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. He was not afraid of the evil sect being strong or evil, but he was a little afraid of them pretending to be good guys. It's really easy to deceive some people by pretending to be good guys. It seems like the problem of the evil sect needs to be solved as soon as possible. Now that the other party is actually preparing to revive, it seems like they want to take advantage of old Zhang and the rest while they are not here. But if that's the case, what do you think of me, Fang Ping? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Was he shameless? With old Zhang and the rest around, the evil sect was suppressed to the point where they did not even dare to show their faces. Now that old Zhang and the rest were gone, and he had just become a big leader, the evil sect was already active. Was this not looking down on him? Rank 9, for stage, not considered weak. 2 rank 8s, 2 rank 7s. They've really invested a lot. Fang Ping was still a little surprised. The evil sect had a lot of powerhouses. It seemed like their base camp was not short of people. Otherwise, how could there be so many high-ranked martial artists? He was not too familiar with these people. If they said that rank 7 could be hidden in the human world, he would believe it. After all, there were too many people, and rank 7 was not too eye-catching. Rank 9, however, was probably a new one. That God 3 is still locked up in the Heaven Division. Later, I'll ask some of the evil sect's strongholds on Earth. See if I can get rid of a batch. Fang Ping thought about it and did not delay. At this moment, he had set up layer after layer of psychic energy barriers in all directions. His mentality was at the peak of the realm. Now that he had concealed his aura and opened an opening for them to listen to the sound, these people would not be able to discover the barriers he had set up. Fang Ping was also worried that it would affect the others. Otherwise, he could kill these guys with one punch. The rank 9 for stage 1 would not be an exception. The main thing was that he was afraid of accidents happening, and if he could not stop them in time, there would be casualties. In a flash, Fang Ping had set up more than 10 layers of mentality barriers. The peak barriers could solidify objects. At this moment, ripples appeared in the void. The missionary seemed to feel that something was not right. At this moment, he suddenly roared, "Do it!" As soon as he said that, the missionary and the 2 rank 8 powerhouses unleashed their golden bodies. The missionary went straight for Zhang Peng. The others hurried in all directions. They had already chosen their targets. At this moment, the missionary roared and then shouted, "The divine sect's teachings, everyone retreat!" As soon as he said that, Jade Hollow Child and the rest reacted. Their feet that were about to move stopped. The divine sect. In the battle of the martial king's battleground, the divine sect had revealed their strength. A heavenly king, 3 great saints, and dozens of peak experts. No one in the 3 realms was stronger than this kind of force. Previously, the catacombs for majestic chambers could still work together, but now it might not be possible. You're asking for it. At this moment, Zhang Peng also roared angrily, feeling slightly worried. The evil sect people had actually come. He did not expect these people to be so daring, actually coming to Sino Nation's hinterland. They had taken Sun City seriously. There was him, a rank 8, 2 rank 7 generals, and a few rank 7 martial artists who were monitoring Jade Hollow Child here. As for the rank 9, right now, Sino Nation really could not spare more than a few. In the previous battle, many had fallen, and almost all of the remaining people were injured. Right now, the 4 departments and 4 residences, including the passageway, needed people to suppress. The rank 9 martial artists all had missions. In addition, Wu Quishin and the rest knew that Fang Ping was here, so they did not let the rank 9 martial artists come. But Zhang Peng did not know. Right now, he was extremely worried. The evil sect powerhouses were even stronger than him. No, Zhang Peng was slightly stunned. He could see through the golden body, but where was his aura? Well, he was in a daze. What happened next made everyone dumbfounded. The missionary and a few evil sect powerhouses, after roaring, were extremely fast. Just as they were about to rush out, there was a loud bang. The missionary was the fastest. At this moment, he seemed to have hit something, making him dizzy. Not only that, there was golden blood flowing from his forehead. Right after he hit something, the others also hit it, one after another, their heads bleeding from the impact. The next moment, Jade Hollow Child suddenly exclaimed, "Spiritual barrier!" Peek! Su Bing and the rest also reacted. There was a desperation powerhouse in the dark. When they came to their senses, the missionary's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Peek is here! Quick! Break the barrier!" Fong Ping had waited until now. How would he give them time? At this moment, everyone in Sun City saw a shocking scene. The sky was broken. In the sky, a rift was opened. 2 gigantic arms tore the rift apart. The next moment, an incomparably huge giant appeared in midair, shining with golden light. His body was huge, more than 20 meters tall. Fong Ping was wearing the Sky Sect martial arts uniform. This was an illusion. At this moment, Fong Ping's expression was cold. With his hands behind his back, he said coldly, "How dare you? How dare the evil sect show up? Aren't you afraid that the headquarters will destroy you again? A mere rank 9 4-stage dares to behave atrociously in my Sun City?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping stepped on his military-issue leather boots and stomped down. The rank 9 missionary wanted to run, but at this moment he was stunned by Fong Ping's mentality, unable to move. At this moment he could only watch helplessly as Fong Ping's huge foot stomped down. Fong Ping was also secretly unleashing his full strength. He had to stomp this guy to death with one foot. He had to do it casually and effortlessly. He had even concealed his aura. He did not need to unleash too much of his aura. He could stomp him to death easily. This was in line with his peak persona. Fong Ping's painstaking acting was not in vain. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in Sun City, Fong Ping, who had just broken through the sky and arrived, stepped lightly in his military boots. At this moment, a shrill, blood-curdling scream rang out everywhere. The rank 9 missionary was directly crushed into pieces by Fong Ping's stomp. His golden body collapsed, and his mentality exploded. At the same time, Fong Ping loosened a small opening in the barrier. At this moment, everyone in Sun City below rank 9, without exception, felt an earth-shattering aura. There was no pressure, just that kind of incomparably powerful aura. There was no need to show how strong he was, but he had to show that the enemy was very strong. The stronger the enemy, the faster he would die. The easier he killed, the more it would prove his strength. Fong Ping knew this very well. At this moment the missionary was killed, he unleashed the missionary's monstrous aura. Everyone in the entire Sun City was palpitating. Fong Ping, however, did not seem to feel it. He stomped him into pieces with one foot and snorted coldly. "Earth is not a place where you can be arrogant. You want to massacre my Sun City? You'll have to ask me, Fong Ping." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping stomped his foot again. No, a rank 8 golden body powerhouse roared, his face full of fear. However, he did not move an inch. He could not move at all. His mentality was much weaker than Fong Ping's. Fong Ping's mentality was so powerful that it was in the process of a qualitative change. Both of them were facing each other. How could he break free from Fong Ping's control? Therefore, under everyone's shocked gaze, Fong Ping stomped the other's golden body into thousands of pieces like he was stomping an ant to death. It's fine if there are 3 to 5 paragons, but a few rank 8 and 9 martial artists. Do you really think there's no one capable among us humans? Fong Ping snorted coldly again. He kicked out. In front of him, a rank 7 martial artist exploded from the kick, his flesh and blood exploding. Fong Ping did not kill the remaining rank 8 and rank 7 martial artists. Instead, he covered the sky with one hand and captured them directly. He said lightly, "That's good too. Now that I've found you guys, I've found the evil sect's tracks. How dare you cause trouble on Earth? I'll destroy you guys again." After saying that, Fong Ping looked at Jade Hollow and the rest, saying coldly, Grandmasters can act on Earth. As long as they have ill intentions, the evil sect will be their end. I, Fong Ping, have fought together with you guys before. I don't want to say much, but I have to make things clear. The change in Sun City was caused by the energy array I set up. I'm secretly selecting warriors who are brave enough to fight on the battlefield for us humans. Sun City is my hometown. That's why I'm being stubborn and selfish this time. I'll select them in Sun City first. Next, Fong Ping will set up arrays in some cities one after another to select heroes. Anyone with a strong will who is willing to lay down their lives and shed their blood for humanity is a hero among men. Fong Ping gave you some treasures to help you improve your strength and provide you with some insurance to fight for humanity. Fong Ping said loudly, Fong Ping will not cancel Sun City's array. Those who improve their abilities today are all heroes among men. Of course, everyone has a chance. When the country is in danger, I believe everyone will understand that only by being strong can we not be slaves of a subjugated country. Only then can we not kneel down and beg others. In the next 1 to 2 years, Fong Ping will spend a lot of money to set up this array everywhere. This array is the origin array. Whether you can pass or not depends on yourself. Outsiders can't help you. After saying that, Fong Ping looked at Zhang Peng and said in a low voice, Your Minister Zhang's grandson, the descendant of a martial king, a rank 8 golden body. Minister Zhang has mentioned you many times in front of me. We've met once before. Now that you're Sun City's commander, you almost caused a massacre in Sun City because of the evil sect. Don't you have the heart to protect your land? Zhang Peng's expression changed. Beside him, a rank 7 grandmaster said hurriedly, Minister Fong, Commander Zhang hasn't been in Sun City for long. That person just now is also a rank 9 powerhouse. Fong Ping ignored him and looked at Zhang Peng again. He let out a light humph. I've set up a big array here. Those who are strong-willed have the chance to pass. Even rank 8 have the chance to obtain opportunities and improve their abilities. But you can't. I think you're not satisfied with your position as Sun City's commander. Do your best and be loyal to your duty. This is basic. You are Yang City's admiral. No matter how great your ambitions are, you can't even protect Yang City. You are not fit to call yourself the descendant of a martial king. Zhang Peng's expression changed again, and he said in a low voice, Minister Fong, Zhang Peng didn't mean that. I'm just worried about Grandpa's safety, so I want to go to the catacombs to fight. Fong Ping barked coldly. If you can't even do your job properly, what else can you do? Going to the catacombs to fight? You're at the top? Or overlord tier? Or a saint? Before King Wu, his battle prowess was comparable to that of a sage, but he still fought until he was exhausted. What could you do? Zhang Peng's expression changed again. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and said, Zhang Peng was wrong. Since I'm Sun City's military commander, I'll do what Sun City's military commander should do. Don't worry, Minister Fong. Zhang Peng will definitely protect the peace of Sun City, unless I die in battle first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Peng's aura skyrocketed. What had increased was his spiritual power. At this moment, a mass of imperishable substance appeared in Fong Ping's hand, tossing it out casually. Zhang Peng's aura skyrocketed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was at rank 8 3rd refinement. Very soon, he was at rank 8 4th refinement. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Zhang Peng seemed to have reached his limit. Fong Ping tossed out another mass of imperishable substance. Zhang Peng let out a low roar. In the next moment, his golden body burst with golden light. Golden body, 5th refinement. He who was at rank 8 2nd refinement became rank 8 5th refinement in an instant. Zhang Peng was also in a daze. He stared at Fong Ping, speechless for a long time. The whole world was silent. Fong Ping was still indifferent. He said in a clear voice, I asked an ancient powerhouse for advice and set up this array at great cost. Everyone must cherish it. Sun City is my hometown, so it's already unfair for me to choose Sun City as my first stop. However, you were selected to fight on the battlefield. I, Fong Ping, don't think it's inappropriate, even if there's a risk of dying in battle. However, this array is rare. Everyone should cherish it. Everyone has a chance. Having said that, Fong Ping sighed softly. I only hope that everyone is willing to fight for humanity, to fight for peace. Having said that, Fong Ping tore apart the void and left with the two cultists. After he left, a rank, 6 martial artist who was publicizing earlier suddenly roared, "We won't let Minister Fong down!" As soon as he said that, the crowd seemed to have come back to their senses. Some young men and women were flushed with excitement, roaring, "We won't let Minister Fong down! Fight for Sino Nation! Fight for humanity!" It was too exciting. Minister Fong appeared and displayed his invincible might, trampling a rank 9 and a rank 8 to death, kicking a rank 7 to death. He had even set up an unimaginable formation in Yang City. It could actually enhance one's strength. They saw with their own eyes that not only the ordinary people, but even the rank 8 commander had actually advanced. These residents were shocked at this moment. They were all excited. Their emotions were about to explode. They were not the only ones who were about to explode. At this moment, Jade Hollow Child and the rest were stunned. What was this? The Origin Array. They had never heard of it. The ancient powerhouse. Song Mao. There was such an array. Zhang Peng went from rank 8 second stage to rank 8 fifth stage in the blink of an eye, right under their noses. It was unbelievable. At this moment, even powerhouses like Jade Hollow Child were trembling with excitement. Could we enhance ourselves here? Fight for humanity? Fight for Sino Nation? Defend the territory? Could they enhance their strength just like that? Everyone looked at each other, a little bitter. This might be a little difficult. However, if it could really help them improve, it was not like they could not change their minds slowly. Fong Ping did not know that his random nonsense would make these powerhouses think this way. If they knew, they would probably laugh out loud. These old antiques had never thought of such a concept at all. If they really believed it, maybe they could really hypnotize themselves and become humanity's protector in the end. If that was the case, if they could really enter Fong Ping's origin world, Fong Ping would not mind reciprocating to each other. Of course, it would be very difficult. Thousands of years of fixed thinking could not be changed so easily. However, if this matter got out, it might also cause some turmoil in Outland. As for whether it was good or bad, whether someone was coveting the so-called origin array, it would depend on whether Fong Ping had the ability to resolve such a crisis. Chapter 10:23. Fong Ping has set up the origin array in Sun City. It can enhance rank 8 abilities. Has Fong Ping really entered a desperate situation? Killing a 4th stage rank 9 martial artist with one stomp. Unbelievable. How do we set up the origin formation? He could actually do this. Our men from the Profound Light sect have been searching for a long time in Sun City, but they haven't found anything out of the ordinary, nor have they been able to raise their strength. What a waste, what a waste. It's such a waste to set up such a huge formation just to raise the strength of those mortals. Did he learn the great ancient formation from Song Mao? Why haven't I heard of it? I knew it. Even if Sun City is a land of hidden dragons, Fong Ping isn't even an emperor level yet. How can he make Sun City's chickens and dogs rise to the sky? Turns out he has the support of the array. On this day, all the forces in the 3 realms who received the news were in an uproar. The strength that Fong Ping had displayed today was stronger than they had expected. Not everyone had seen Fong Ping's performance during the battle that day. A rank 9 martial artist was trampled to death by him in front of hundreds of thousands of people. In a situation where the 3 realms' pinnacle was few and far between, powerhouses like Fong Ping were already standing at the pinnacle of the 3 realms. The catacombs. Mount Royal Sea on an island. At this moment, a middle-aged martial artist, hands behind his back, snorted coldly. Fang Ping? This person is really overbearing. This time, when the divine sect entered the human world. This person killed my general before we even took action. Damn it. The middle-aged man was one of the 72 divine masters, true Lord Dijo. This time he was also the one who had come to assume the role of the Pope of Earth. Who would have thought that a level 9 expert under his command would be killed within a few days of entering the Earth? Not only were there rank 9 martial artists, but there were also 2 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s. Even in the divine sect, there were not many high-ranked martial artists. They had many apex experts and many emperor-level experts. That was because they had survived from the archaic era. There weren't many who had recently advanced. As true Lord Earthweek spoke, a person knelt in front of him, saying in a low voice, "True Lord, I'm afraid Fang Ping has officially entered a desperate situation. What should we do? Calm down." "Perfected Lord Earth," Zhou replied indifferently. "Even if he advances, he's just at initial stage, and there's nothing to be afraid of. What I'm more concerned about right now is how to set up this source formation. Is it only effective for rank 8s or even rank 9s? He was more concerned about the array formation. Did Song Mao give it to him? That was a true antique, even older than King Kun. It was not surprising that Song Mao had such an array. If he had such a formation, he might be able to use it to nurture his direct descendants. Fang Ping's so-called fighting for humanity and Sino nation would allow him to improve. In the eyes of true Lord Earthly Zhou, it was just a pretense for Fang Ping to cultivate his direct descendants. Fang Ping was probably the one controlling this array to elevate whoever it was. At the thought of this, Perfected Lord Earthweek said in a low voice, "Have you contacted Changrong Heaven's people? I want to borrow the Tao to merge with the heavens and go to the human world." "My lord," the kneeling martial artist said softly, "Chang Rong Tian has already sealed off heavens beyond and is not willing to borrow the path. This subordinate went to Great Peace Heaven, Supreme Emperor Heaven, these heavens beyond heavens, but they all rejected us." Then he added, "They said that the human world is overbearing. Once the portal is discovered, and now that the sovereign is not here, I'm afraid it will be breached by the human world. What about the mystic Sky Clan? They are also unwilling." The kneeling martial artist's voice became even softer. "They are cooperating with the human world's martial artists. They don't want to fall out with the human world at this time." Perfected Lord Dijo frowned. He was at the absolute peak. Once he entered Earth through the passageway, it would definitely cause the passageway to tremble, and he would be discovered. The headquarters of the Divine Church was a fragment of the heavenly realm, so it was impossible to open a passage to Earth. But the realm beyond heavens and the land of domains could. At the thought of this, Perfected Lord Earthly Zhou harumphed coldly. "Go ask the few clans of Mount Luofu and tell them that I'm just borrowing the path." If he did not lend it, it would be difficult to enter the human realm beyond heaven, and he would not be able to move the blessed Grotto Heaven. Aren't they afraid that our divine sect will annihilate them? There were also passageways leading to Earth in the domain of domains. Xuande Grotto Heaven and Weiyu Mountain were collaborating with humans. He did not dare to go to Wangu Mountain. There was no one at Quichang Mountain and Purple Cap Mountain. It was hard to say if they were still there. However, there were still people in the other 3 paradises. The place was right there. If they did not borrow the path, it was not like they did not have the ability to destroy the divine sect. He had to go to Earth to preside over the divine sect. Staying in the taboo sea, the government's orders were not in order, and they were unable to grasp everything about the divine religion. Having said that, true Lord Earthweek spoke again. "Send someone to keep an eye on Fang Ping. My lord, the kneeling martial artists were terrified." Watch Fang Ping? Was that not courting death? Perfected Lord Earthweek was a little annoyed. He suppressed his anger and said lightly, Go, watch the people around him. Friends, family, they do not have Fang Ping's ability. I will grant you a spiritual sense barrier. No one will be able to discover you. I want to see where he will set up the origin array next time. That array was really tempting. After he entered Earth, perhaps he should go and take a look for himself. Even if Fang Ping had really entered the absolute peak, he would still be a beginner. He was a veteran powerhouse. Fang Ping might not be able to discover him easily. Unlike before, when people like King Wu and Heavenly King Garrison were around, the previous pope was cautious in his actions, afraid that they would be leaked. Now, the protectors were searching for the Netherworld King. In the vast human world, Fang Ping was the strongest. If he was not afraid of attracting human attention, he would have gone straight through the passageway, the catacombs, Destiny Royal Court. Inside the palace, Ji Yao sat on the throne, watching the people below whispering without any respect. She was furious. Fang Ping's words carried enormous weight in the land of rebirth. Now he was the commander of the land of rebirth. As for her, the real princess, after the news of the Life King's death spread, her rule was almost overthrown. If not for the news that her father was still alive, these people were a little afraid. They might have killed her long ago and installed another lord. Now, the news from the land of rebirth came. Fang Ping trampled a rank 9 to death with 1 foot. Ji Yao was suddenly indescribably envious. As expected, ability was the foundation. Fang Ping said a long time ago that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. Without the Life King and Ji Hong, she was nothing. Now the facts had proven everything. Her father was not dead yet, but these people had already ignored her. Even if she sat on the lord's seat, these people did not treat her as a lord at all. If not for some rank 9s in the Destiny Army supporting her and the Ji family, she might not be the one sitting in this throne hall today. Suppressing the restlessness in her heart, Ji Yao said calmly, "Everyone, the royal court does not need to care about the land of rebirth." Before her voice died away, a rank 9 powerhouse below said lightly, "Your Highness is wrong. The land of rebirth is our divine continent's great enemy. How can we not care? Lord Life King even died in the hands of the land of rebirth powerhouses." Ji Yao's expression changed. She looked at this person and said lightly, "What palace master you means is to attack the land of rebirth now." Her words carried a faint sense of mockery. However, this palace master did not seem to mind and pretended not to understand. He smiled faintly and said, "Even if we don't attack the land of rebirth, we can't let the land of rebirth grow stronger. I have a small suggestion. This time, the Destiny Army's commander-in-chief has suffered heavy losses. The Destiny Army should be reorganized. Suppress the land of rebirth and guard the rebirth passageway. Don't let the land of rebirth be domineering. Your Highness can stay in the palace with peace of mind. Just leave the Destiny Army to us. Palace Master Yu is right. That's right. Your Highness can stay in the Imperial City. Leave the trivial matters to us. Your Highness, these are wise words. Your Highness, please give the order." Ji Yao's expression was getting uglier, forcing an abdication. Although these people did not make things difficult, they were now seizing power and forcing an abdication. The Destiny Army had not suffered many losses these years. The Sky Plant's royal court had 300,000 Sky Plant soldiers. The Destiny Army did not suffer many losses, so they had more people. Including Qi Huanyu, there were 48 rank 9 commanders-in-chief previously, including rank 9 commanders-in-chief. However, the battle at the Imperial City's battleground had lost 30 people. Today, the Destiny Army still had 18 commanders-in-chief. Half of them supported the Ji family. However, once these people took over, the hundreds of thousands of Destiny Army might soon leave the Ji family's influence. When that time came, would the other half of the commanders-in-chief still support her? Even if they did without military power, although a rank 9 was strong, there were 10,000 of them. They were all middle ranks and could rival a rank 9. Without military power, would those royal city lords still listen to the Ji family? Without military power, would those outland royal city lords still care about the Ji family in Jiao? All these years, the Ji family had invested too much in the Destiny Army, listening to everyone forcing her to abdicate. The few rank 9s who wanted to speak up for her were suppressed. This made Ji Yao even more indignant. Did her father enter the Sky Cemetery or not? If he did not enter, where was he now? In the huge royal court, the only one who was known to not enter the Sky Cemetery seemed to be King Pingshan. As for King Pingshan, he returned to his Pingshan region as soon as he came back. He announced to the public that he would recuperate in seclusion and would not leave the Pingshan region for 100 years. Was there anyone who did not leave? Ji Yao did not know. She only knew that if this went on, she would not be able to control the royal court. Listening to everyone's mouths moving, Ji Yao was extremely tired. She said lightly, "We'll discuss this later. Now that everything is undecided, please appease the royal court, especially the outland royal city." After a while, Ji Yao stood up and said, "Court dismissed." With that, she left the main hall and walked toward the bedroom. Behind her, a powerhouse chuckled. "Your Highness, we still need to make a decision within 10 days. The Destiny Army is the royal court's trump card. If this drags on for too long, I'm afraid something will happen." Ji Yao did not answer. This was the deadline they gave her. When she returned to the bedroom, Phoenix Sparrow looked at Ji Yao's furious look and was slightly worried. She sent a voice transmission. "Are you all right? If you can't, let's leave. I've asked the Guardian Royal Court." Elder Ancestor did not return. "Ji Yao, we have no one to rely on now." Ji Yao suddenly slammed the tea table. The rank 7 monster plant table was smashed instantly. Ji Yao's expression was slightly ferocious. She said in a low voice, "They are all forcing me. Since they are like this, don't blame me for being merciless. Fang Ping is in the land of rebirth, leading the land of rebirth, and has already entered the pinnacle. He is eyeing the royal court of God Continent. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely take this opportunity to march into God Continent. If all the powerhouses in the royal court support me and are united, Fang Ping will not be able to take the initiative." There were close to 500,000 Destiny Army, and there were many royal court rank 9. Even if Fang Ping had reached the pinnacle, would he dare to attack the royal court alone? But now, Ji Yao said coldly, "Since they want me to die, then I will send them to their deaths. I'm sure Fang Ping will be happy to kill these people and weaken the royal court's strength." "Ji Yao!" Feng Ke was stunned. She said hurriedly, "Fang Ping is ambitious and extremely cunning. Once he kills these rank 9s, his next step might be to destroy the Destiny Royal Court." This was no longer asking a tiger for its skin. Ji Yao did not have a trump card to suppress Fang Ping. If that was the case, then she would be sending the royal court's strength to the grave for nothing. "Stall for time." Ji Yao said coldly, "Stall until father returns. Stall until I achieve rank 9 and you achieve rank 9. Only when they are dead can I have the confidence to control the entire royal court." Fang Ping is a smart man. If he destroys the royal court now, the land of rebirth will also suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if the land of rebirth destroys a royal court, it will only make other parties fear him and join forces to destroy them. So, as long as I give him benefits or even send people to assist him to weaken the other royal court strength, he will agree. He will even protect you and me because we are his pawns in Godland. Wait until I achieve rank 9 and control the royal court. As long as I can achieve true king level as soon as possible, then I will be qualified to talk about the future." Feng Ke seemed a little worried. Fang Ping was not a tiger. He was a devil who devoured people without spitting out their bones. Ji Yao had cooperated with him a few times. When had she ever gained the slightest advantage? Moreover, There was the suppression of the Life King in the past. Now that there was no one to suppress Fang Ping, in the end, perhaps the royal court would be destroyed in Ji Yao's hands. Ji Yao knew all these. However, at this time, unless she was really willing to be a puppet lord, or even if she handed over the Heavenly Mandate Army, she would not even have the chance to be a puppet lord. If that was the case, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Even if the royal court was to be destroyed, it must be destroyed in the hands of the Ji family. It should not be the Ji family being destroyed and others benefiting. 10 days later, if these people continue to force me, then don't blame me. Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I've given them a chance. Moreover, the royal court still has King Pingshan. The royal court won't be destroyed so easily. Fang Ping will also be wary. The royal court still had powerhouses. Once Fang Ping attacked the royal court, it would only attract King Pingshan's attack. Ji Yao did not believe that King Pingshan would still go into closed-door cultivation when the disaster of destruction arrived. Ji Yao thought about King Pingshan. At this moment, Fang Ping had just arrived at Sky Island, carrying the two evil sect martial artists. Gua Shengquan, who had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for the past few days, was already waiting. Seeing Fang Ping, Gua Shengquan looked emotional. Soon he smiled and said, Minister Fang, this time you've really shocked the whole world. Having said that, he said, quickly, your news has just spread. Here in Magic City, a catacombs rank 9 has entered, bringing a letter from the Pingshan region. He said that it's a message from King Pingshan asking you to open it personally. As he said that, Gua Shengquan handed over a crystal-like letter. Fang Ping smiled and sent energy into it. King Pingshan sent a letter to him? He even made a desperate realm, solidified barrier. Was this not for others to see? What was this guy trying to say? At this moment, the crystal moved a little. A figure floated out, extremely majestic. Fang Ping did not care. It was just a wisp of mentality, a mechanical program. This should have been set by King Pingshan long ago. It seemed like it would only speak when it sensed Fang Ping's aura. After a while, the virtual figure said, Fang Ping, I have no intention of becoming enemies with everyone. I'm injured and need to go into closed-door cultivation. The Pingshan region will be closed for 100 years. The Pingshan region is located in the depths of the king's court. It's not connected to the land of rebirth. It's a poor and remote place with few life mineral veins and no monster plant specialties. There are only 3 royal cities in the Pingshan region. The city lords of the royal cities are all my disciples. Their personalities are also like mine. This time, the Pingshan region doesn't welcome anyone. Gua Shengquan listened and said in a daze, Fang Ping, what does this mean? King Pingshan was like a chatterbox. After talking for a long time, the virtual figure dissipated. He did not quite understand. Fang Ping chuckled. What do you mean? This guy is saying that he's going to hide for the winter and won't come out. His family is very poor. He has no money and no power. His 3 disciples are like him. They're all cowards and don't dare to come out. Don't even think about looking for him in the Destiny Royal Court. He won't see anyone. We can kill anyone but him. Gua Shengquan was stunned. After a while he mumbled, This is the catacombs' true king? No matter how cowardly the catacombs' true king was, he would not do something so shameless, right? He sent someone to sue for peace, admit defeat, and not come out. The catacombs' true king also cared about his reputation. Not only did he care about his reputation, but he also cared about it a lot. However, this guy had turned Gua Xingquan's worldview upside down. At this moment, the old man could not help but say, You didn't misunderstand, did you? Fang Ping said indifferently, Why would I? This guy's meaning is so obvious. He's clearly telling me that he's afraid. If I push him too hard, he'll move and run away. If he runs away, it'll be more dangerous if he's not under my watch. He won't fight me in a fight, but if he runs away, it'll be troublesome indeed. I still have to guard against him. In short, Just don't go to the Pingshan region. As for the rest, he can do whatever he wants. He'll pretend he didn't see it. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. How did this guy become a paragon? I'm curious now. Could it be that cowards really existed in this world? This guy was too timid. When he heard that Fang Ping had trampled a rank 9 to death on Earth, he was so scared that he came straight to beg for mercy. He was really shameless, of course. He still had to be a little shameless. For example, he made a paragon barrier and did not let anyone see it. Fang Ping said with a smile, "Let's put him aside first. Don't worry about the Pingshan region. It's not a bad thing to have one less opponent. He can run and won't fight to the death. It'll be hard to kill him too." Fang Ping did not want to fight him. Even if he could fight a paragon, it would probably be difficult for him to kill King Pingshan. That was because the other party did not have the intention to fight Fang Ping. If he saw Fang Ping, he would probably run away from a distance. Unless Fang Ping assassinated him and was confident of killing him in one hit. Otherwise, it was better not to kill him, lest he provoked this guy into hiding and retaliated against humans at any time. Guo Shenquan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There was such a person among the catacombs powerhouses. What an eye-opener. As he said that, Guo Shenquan thought for a while and said, "Oh right, the day you guys returned, Magic City's passageway trembled slightly not long after. No one noticed anything at the time, but I did notice something different. Was it Commander Li? If it was, I won't ask." To be able to avoid his rank 9's detection, the person must at least have the ability of a desperate realm. He did not know if Li Zhen had returned secretly. He did not tell anyone about this. Now that he saw Fang Ping, he opened his mouth and told him. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The passageway trembled. Guo Shenquan did not notice anything unusual. Even a normal paragon could not do this. Even if it was him, if he entered the passageway now, he would not attract attention unless he concealed all his aura and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to the passageway. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide it from Guo Shenquan. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Who had entered Earth? Li Zhen had entered the heavenly cemetery. At that time, Li Zhen was seriously injured. How could Heavenly King Jin leave him alone? At that time, many people did not enter. Before leaving, he scooped Li Zhen up and brought him along. All the human paragons had entered. Not a single one was left. If that was the case, a powerhouse other than humans had entered Earth. Fang Ping's mood was heavy. The joy he had put on a show earlier had dissipated a lot. He did not say much. Seeing that Bei Gongyan and the rest had arrived, Fang Ping casually tossed the 2 evil sect martial artists out and said in a low voice, "Lock them in the sky prison. Separate them." Bei Gongyan quickly escorted the 2 to the sky prison. At this time, Tianmu, Old Manly, and the rest looked at Fang Ping in surprise. "That origin array of yours can really enhance everyone's ability? Kid, you should have said so earlier if you had the ability." I heard that almost 10,000 people in Sun City have enhanced their ability out of thin air. You are too scary. Fang Ping needed time to fly back. By now, the news had spread. The whole world was talking about it. All the forces in the 3 realms, the stronger ones, had also received the news. It was too shocking. In one day, 10,000 people in Sun City had advanced. Of course, there were not many powerhouses. The strongest one was Zhang Peng, who had advanced. The rest, there were not many middle ranks. Most of them were ordinary people. There were not many powerhouses in Sun City either. In recent years, there were many low ranks. There were not many middle ranks. As he said that, Tianmu gritted his teeth and said, "You kid, are you being discriminated against?" I heard that most of the people who advanced this time were from Sun City. Did you do something? I say, don't be so narrow-minded. We're all humans. All right, even if you don't help those from abroad, you should still treat those from Sino Nation equally. You're not Sun City's commander now. You're the Minister of Heaven, the current leader of the humans, Fang Ping. Fang Ping said with a headache, "There's no such thing. The array is connected to the local ley line. That's why it recognizes auras. It's like this after living in Sun City for a long time." Where did the discrimination come from? Setting up the array is very troublesome. It consumes a lot of energy. As for the other places, wait until I can set them up. Really? Of course. Tianmu nodded. This was good. Very quickly, he said. Then I'll have to publish the news later to explain. Kid, you're not just representing yourself now. You're representing the entire human race. Be more careful next time. Don't damage your reputation. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If you really care so much about my reputation, old man, shouldn't you call me minister instead? How shameful it is to call him brat. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. This guy would shine brightly if he was given a little sunshine. However, everyone was still sighing. Not only was this guy extremely powerful now, but he also had such tricks up his sleeve. If the entire human race rose under his leadership when old Zhang returned, his power would probably be seized. His reputation would not be as great as his. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care about these anymore. He glanced at his source world and grinned from ear to ear. It was overcrowded. It was really close to 10,000 people. Especially when Zhang Pengnikai entered, he immediately returned a lot of origin qi to Fang Ping. Not only that, Fang Ping felt that Zhang Peng's participation was much more powerful than old Zhang's and the rest's apparitions. This grandson was even more powerful than his grandfather. 10,000 people could probably open up a path of 10 meters a day. Zhang Pengnikai, on the other hand, was equivalent to 1,000 people. He alone could help open up a path of 1 meter a day. In addition, Fang Ping was already opening up the path. Based on his calculations, he could probably open up a path of 12 meters a day. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. 360 meters a month. If that was the case, he would definitely enter the impasse realm within 3 months. The premise was that his Tao was unobstructed. Why would I need half a year? But after 999 meters, it's a little troublesome. I'm afraid it'll take some time. Even if it's 3 months, I'll definitely enter the peak within half a year. Fang Ping grimaced. If he entered the peak, it would not be comparable to the average peak. Right now, his vitality had exceeded 440,000 calories. It was only a little more than 100 meters now. Next, 200 meters, 300 meters. Each time, there would be an increase in the basic vitality. According to the calculation of the average rank 9's 5,000 calories, Fang Ping could increase it by 10,000 calories. In addition to my own honing, when I'm close to the peak, my basic vitality would probably be around 550,000 calories. In the impasse realm, other people can increase it by 50,000 calories. I'm afraid I can increase it by 100,000 calories. That would be 650,000 calories. When I reach the peak, give me another qualitative change. It'll be equivalent to 1,300,000 calories vitality. Give me another one. 3-fold increase. Even if I don't expand it in the future, in addition to combat techniques and divine weapons, he would not have known if he had not calculated, but he was shocked when he did. He was afraid that when he reached the peak, he would have a limit outburst of about 3,000 calories. This is still under the condition that I don't upgrade my combat techniques. Right now, I have the combat techniques deduction. In that case, after half a year, I'll at least have the strength of an emperor level. Moreover, I'll be one of the stronger ones. I'll be able to compete with the masters of the 10 great grotto heavens. Fang Ping was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly suppressed the joy in his heart. Low profile, he had to keep a low profile. Maybe he was stuck at 999 meters. Bah, jinx, impossible. Maybe when he reached the peak, his vitality would not change. Impossible too. Fang Ping quickly tossed these bad thoughts away. Impossible. He could definitely reach the peak without any obstacles. Moreover, there would be a qualitative change. Once he reached the peak, he would be a powerhouse among the emperor level. Maybe it would be faster. It would not even take half a year. After all, Sun City had only just started. Could he not expand further? For example, Magic City. He could try to expand it. Maybe in the end I'll walk 1,000 meters a day. As Fong Ping thought about it, he was amused. His smile grew brighter. On the Heavens Plaza, more and more people gathered, more and more. Everyone looked at Tianmu and the rest blankly. What did you guys do? Why did you make Minister Fong laugh like this? Did you give him candy? He was laughing so hard that he forgot everything else. Tianmu and the rest looked helpless. This was the peak? This was the human leader? Stop joking. Who the F***CK made the leader laugh like an idiot. The most important thing was, this guy seemed to be fantasizing about something. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was no one else. Old Man Li could not stand it anymore. A sword gleam shot out from his hand, piercing Fong Ping's, but Fong Ping sobered up instantly. He looked at them, then at the people who had gathered around him. A hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. It was as if he had forgotten that he was outside. P.S. The 3rd chapter has more than 20,000 words. It's not moving anymore. Everyone, give round face your blessings and get a medal.